republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, folks. Some what? I've got it. I've got it. All right, we'll have Class 1 entering the ring at this time. First class of lightweights. We'll have Briley Scheme, Brooklyn Smith, Emma Matson, Zane Downey, Matthew Losing, Teague Meneses, Taya Thompson, Briley Brula, Andon Ward, Caitlin Cook, Reagan Mayfield, Chloe Burton, Kaylee Eider, and Parker Dudden. I'd like to introduce our judge this morning, Mr. Caleb Boardman. He lives in Byron, Texas, with his wife Kylie and 3 children, Cash, Tatum, and Tinsley. He currently serves as the executive director for the American Boar Goat Association. Caleb and his family own and operate Boardman Livestock, raising blackface show lambs. He's originally from northern Wyoming, where he grew up on a large cattle operation before attending and judging livestock at Coffeyville Community College and Texas A&M University. After receiving a bachelor's in agribusiness, he then served as a graduate coach at Texas A&M, including coaching the 2013 national champion team while earning a master's in ruminant nutrition. Boardman then spent the next 10 years serving as head coach at the University of Wyoming and Texas A&M University, where his judging teams won over 25 contests, including Cattlemen's Congress, National Western, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Houston, and the American Royal, as well as having 13 team members be named All-Americans. Caleb has judged shows of all species at the county, state, and national level in 30 different states, including the National Western, OYE, Rodeo Austin, and 18 different state fairs. Let's put our hands together for Caleb Boardman.
Well, good morning. Pleasure to be back up here at the NILE for a second year, a show that means a lot to me in my background and growing up here. And just know the competitiveness of this show, know the quality that we're going to get. And boy, we started with a heater of a class here, some lightweights. That still there might be some different points of maturity right out here. But boy, these top 5, 6, 7 sheep that we go in here, there's a lot of pieces that are awfully good. Some things we change about each one. So if you mix and match these just a little bit, it probably where your preference goes. To me, the one that balances the highest qualities, that young man that we start up with. If we talk about him from the side, on one whose shoulders laid into him right, underline quality, hip and hind leg on the standstill with a fresh, good touch, that sheep to me, without a doubt, is the one that just balances and proportions here the best from the side. I like that ewe lamb's touch. We could open her up just a little bit. She's not the stoutest one in here as far as base width and upper hip. That thing could go just a little bit wider and stouter. But if we talk about high quality, fresh show sheep proportions, that's the one that does it for me. Speckle face right here that comes in second. Love the touch of this one. To me, this one's really good in terms of freshness and cutability, especially over his rack. Loin edge maybe needs to be fixed just a little bit. To me, when this one gets out and goes, he looks a little bit better than we got him standing still right here. Young lady got him stretched just a little bit. You take him forward just a little bit, get him recollected for me. Take him a couple steps forward, young lady. Let's get him reset here, get him collected. This sheep right here is one that I read just a little more athletic than the sheep here in second, in third, in terms of true body shape. I read him just a little shallower and truer in terms of his forerib. I read this one just harder in his back shape. I read this one just a little bit more youthful in terms of his body shape and just shallow and tucked up right there. I thought this was a real tight pair right here because I love this sheep in terms of his levelness of lines. This sheep, when he came in, young man trotted him in, and I like ones that are just loose-headed, good spined, and comfortable out in motion. He has a little extra set to his hind leg. The biggest thing, young man, is to me this one, especially for a lightweight sheep, in our class 1 of the day, he gets a little deep. That sheep's already a little bit mature down in terms of the depth of his shoulder and his chest. That sheep's a little deeper in his rib cage than I'd like him to be, shallow and tucked up. And then when I get my hands on him, boy, you've got him fresh, you've got him smooth. He's a little plainer in his shape, and you did a good job keeping him there, but I don't know that sheep's just as naturally athletic and hard in his muscle shape as the couple right up in front of you. We come to 4 and 5, and these are our power sheep. So if you're a muscle person right here, you're going to go ahead and probably take 4 and 5 and take them up. And young man, yours is as wide and stout and powerful, and I think these sheep need to be stout and powerful. With that, this sheep, it started to draw on his skeleton a little bit. He's the coarsest shouldered sheep that we've got up here. He's as tight and straight in his hock and hind leg and just the way he utilizes it as anything we've got up here in the top end. So, boy, I love his width. I love his body shape. I love his back, and I love his hip. He's a bit straight and coarse shouldered. He's a bit straight hocked and doesn't quite move quite good enough out there. But you've got a real powerful one that you got presented really well out here. Blue sheep right here is one that's... boy, he's raw right out here and probably still needs some time, young lady. That one's got the shallowness and just the hard muscle shape and the expression that I like. He's a little too flat-bodied for me. That one's a little too flat-ribbed when I get right in behind his shoulder. That thing's too flat in terms of forerib and heart right there. He's too round in his loin edge, and then he's too short and round out of his hip, and to me he's the tightest structured one when we get him out and go. But if you talk about a shallow, athletic, kind of freaky-bodied one, that's really good touching in terms of high quality and hard muscle shape. Boy, that one's good in those regards. And so lots of differences there. Going to talk just a few as we go. Love the look of this one, young lady. That one is smooth. I just did not think she had enough muscle in a market lamb class. Good structured, beautifully presented. She's too flat. She's too narrow-hipped and just flat from behind to be able to get up there into our top 5. Next couple are kind of the opposite way. Bold, stout, big muscled sheep. We got to change them skeletally. They get a little jammed up, just a little coarse. As we go down the line, some don't have quite as much foot and bone. Some are a little coarser and rougher in their top line. Maybe need just a little more muscle. A really nice set. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results in class number 1. In first place goes to Zane Downey. Second, Kaylee Eider. Third, Andon Ward. Fourth, Parker Dudden, and in fifth place, Chloe Burton. We'll now have Class 2 entering the ring at this time. Zane Downey, Nora Joslin, Tripp Thomas, Sydney Nye, Graydon Burkett, Reagan Mayfield, Tassin Wright, Kendall Mean, Witten Williams, Sadie Fuentes, Marina Neese, and Timber Eckley. We would like to welcome you all to the 58th Annual NILE Stock Show, and we welcome you to the Pine Coulee Show Ring. Today's Junior Fed shows are sponsored by Stock Show Secrets. They would like to wish every exhibitor the best of luck. Stock Show Secret brand supplements have innovated the livestock show industry. Like their competitors, Stock Show Secrets offers performance-based products to make your animals do and look better. But Stock Show Secrets also offers products for a safer show experience, a more rewarding show experience. They believe that no matter how good an animal is, it won't place very well if it cannot get shown well. That is what makes Stock Show Secrets different. Check them out online, Facebook or Instagram at stockshowsecrets.com. We'd also like to thank Ag West Credit Services. Thanks to Ag West Credit Services and all the folks with Ag West Credit for their support of NILE and the Junior Fed Youth, sponsor of the prizes today for our show.
Another nice class here, and I thought the decision was between this top pair, and it depends what viewpoint you get them at, which one's your probably favorite. When we stand them still and I get my hands up on them, I like our class winner. I think that one's a little truer and more athletic in his body shape. Without a doubt, is the best handling sheep in here in terms of combination of hard, fresh rack shape, a big square loin edge, and the right kind of lean, cutability-driven touch. That's still important to this particular judge. When we get him out and go, I don't know that one's quite as smooth to the point of his shoulder. I don't know that one's posture to his hind leg or the use of his hind leg in motion is quite as good, and he's wanting to fight the young lady there just a little bit. He's probably not just quite as jammed up in his chest, but when we put him here on the side, I think that thing is still just a little better in his athleticism, his shape, and gives us a great look from the side in that birthmark sheep right there. Now, when we put him in motion, this young lady came first in line. Boy, that one trots around the ring beautifully, young lady. I love that one's skeletal build and quality. Beautiful in his top line, hip and hind leg posture, and I think he still balances up good from the side. He's maybe just a little longer in his blade and a little lower in his neck attachment when we get him sat still right here. The biggest thing is I don't know that one's just quite as round in his body shape. I'll get my hands on him. He's blander in his rack shape. That guy doesn't have as big and square and full of a loin edge or just as big of a hip and shapely of a stifle as the sheep we just started with, and so it's from a leanness, cutability, and market fundamental standpoint that I sort that pair of real high quality ones. Intriguing pieces in this blue ewe lamb. Boy, she's moderate, wide. That one's got a big old rack shape in her, big stout square hip in her. She's a little jammed up in this class. That one's just a little small framed. When we make them that big and wide and stout, boy, they just look a little small out here compared to some that maybe just have a little more extension and length. And so she's just a little squatty out here. Read her hip. I think it gets a little short and that hind leg gets a little straight, and so when she goes, she takes a little shorter, quicker step out of that back leg, and that gets you down into third instead of being up in the top two. Young man, front 2/3 of yours can play up there in the top end, but that one's good fronted. Beautiful condition sheep right there. That's really good in terms of his true body shape, his width of rack, and that one's probably as good loined and just square over his edges and to the heel of his loin as anything in here. He's a little short and tighter out of his hip, but the biggest thing is wide and stout as he is through his chest and his rib cage and back through his loin. Boy, that guy just narrows up too much to me out of his dock and just doesn't wedge the right way out of his hip. We got to open him up there at the top side of his tail. Good, smooth-made, bold sheep here, young man. Maturity's probably starting to get the best of this guy. He's getting a little older and softer on me. This is the deepest sheep. This is the softest handling, just the heaviest conditioned sheep of our top five that doesn't have the loin edge, still doesn't have that fresh, lean, high cutability kind of touch and tone to him to be able to sort up. A real unique one here next. That's just a little squatty. Boy, big muscled one that came next. That was a little kind of just dry-hided and rounder loin. I talked to all these individuals as I pulled them right here. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we send them out.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 2. In first place goes to Sadie Fuentes. Second, Timber Eckley. Third, Kendall Mean. Fourth, Graydon Burkett. And in fifth place, Trip Thomas. We'll now have our last class of lightweights entering the ring. Sydney Nye, Francesca Volpe, Parker Dudden, Tess Thomas, Grayson Scheme, TJ Rumsey, Jetta Huck, Briley Scheme, Layla Deeds, Lexi Amundsen, and Estrella Artiga. Some more sponsors of our show this morning. Town and Country Supply. At Town and Country Supply, it's our job to help you find the right feed for your animals. We offer feed with quality, guaranteed ingredients made to develop your cows, calves, heifers, steers, and bulls. Supplements are important for your cattle, and so is finding the right one for your operation. Whether you need QLF liquid feeds, Smart Lick tubs, or pelleted complete feeds, our team of experts can advise you on the program that's right for your livestock. Stop in and see us here at the NILE, and come and visit us after the show at our stores in Bridger, Hardin, and Laurel, or contact one of our salesmen in your area. Opportunity Bank has more than 100 years strong and 31 locations statewide. Member FDIC. Another sponsor of our lamb show this morning is Northwest Feeds. At Northwest Feeds, we are dedicated to delivering high-quality ADM and Sunglow feeds right to your doorstep with our mobile supply trailer. Serving customers across Montana, Idaho, and Washington, our fully stocked trailer is designed to meet all your livestock needs effortlessly. With easy access to essential products, you can focus on what matters most, your animals. Our commitment to customer service ensures that you receive not only premium products, but also expert advice and support tailored to your specific requirements.
Another real good class here to finish out our lightweights. And I thought this pair of kind of white, kind of hampy appearance sheep just kind of come together up at the top as far as true body shape, hard muscle shape, and then just stoutness out of their hip and power out through their hip and stifle. And there's some trade-offs as far as structure as we go down the class and balance here from the side when we put them together. But these are the two that did the most good things for me. And between the pair, even though that one up front maybe's got just a little extra shoulder there right at the base of his scapula and just a little extra chest to him, boy, you get up on top of these sheep and from behind him, he's just kind of the man amongst boys in this particular class as far as true chest width, true body shape, back, hip, and stoutness. That one is easily just the widest, stoutest, just most product-driven sheep in this particular class, and that's why he goes ahead and leads off with. Again, he drops out of his shoulder and chest just a little bit, wants to creep up in his spine. When we get him out in motion, we could fix that just a little bit, but that one's just really good from a true skeletal width, athleticism, and power standpoint all the way through. This sheep right here, really neat looking. Love his front end assembly. I think that one's awesome, shouldered and tall at the top side of it, fresh and good bodied, great touching, really good loin sheep that still has more hip and stifle shape and depth of twist than the next pair of them right into here. He's just as neat at fronted as he is. He's just a little almost kind of harder doing in his look right there. Boy, I wish that guy had a little more lower rib. I wish he had a little more lower turn to his body, a little softer flank there to make his underlying balance perfectly together. When we watch these sheep come or go, I don't read just quite as much natural skeletal width and as far as just how true and square and bold he is out to the corners of that one's framework as the sheep that we started off with. That young man's got that one absolutely dialed in. Next pair of them here, these two do a lot of things that I like. If you know what I like in sheep, these two do some things I really like. They are tall-fronted, run uphill, lean, athletic looking, and both of these are high-headed, loose-spined, good hind-legged sheep out in motion. A little bit trade-offs, and neither hind legs are perfect. This one's got just a nickel extra set on the standstill. This one's just a little straight on the standstill, but they use them good when we get them out in motion. Both these sheep, I think where we want to change them is neither of those sheep are as good in their body shape, out of their hip and stifle as the pair we let off with. The difference between them as I get between 3 and 4 is the young lady's here in 3 handles with more true shape out of the backside of his blade. Guy's more stand up in his rack shape, and I still think has an advantage in terms of stifle. His upper hip is a little narrow, his upper rib's a little narrow, and his loin edge isn't quite as good, young lady. He's got just a nickel longer dock, and that never helps those sheep in terms of their upper hip right there, but that's where we'd like to change him, is just open him up at the top side of that one's skeleton, and we could get him up at least 1, maybe 2 spots. Again, this one right here, beautifully presented young lady. That one's hide quality is just absolutely fantastic, and he does float around the ring. I mean, I like that one as well as anything in terms of his spine, looseness, and head carriage as we get him around and go. Well, that guy's just a little flat in his rib. That guy's a little too nondescript in his shape up high, and without a doubt the flattest in his stifle and the highest in his twist when we get behind him. But he runs uphill. He's good structured. Those are things that mean a lot to me still. I wish we had a little more sheep in that one, and it'd be a different story as to where he got placed. The dark blue one here, this kind of black sheep here, young lady, that one's got a little more width. That one's got a little more rib cage than 3 and 4. The reason you're down here in 5 instead of at least in 3 and maybe up a little higher is he's the softest handle in one of any of these. He doesn't just have quite as hard and good of a muscle shape out of the back of his shoulder. He's just the plainest and most nondescript down the top side of his skeleton. Not bad skeleton when we get him out in motion, but he will rise up in his spine and just be a little bit tighter and not just quite as smooth and coordinated as the pair right in front of you. Again, I talked to all these young people as we went down. Got a good muscle sheep here that got just a little coarser in his build. A really smooth one that got a little fat on the young man. Beautiful blue ewe lamb that just got a little narrower and flatter compared to our top end. Really high quality sheep. Let's give them all a nice round of applause as they go out.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of our last class of lightweights. In first place goes Alexi Amundsen. Second, TJ Rumsey. Third, Francesca Volpe. Fourth, Tess Thomas. And in fifth place, Layla Deeds. We'll now be selecting our Grand and Reserve lightweight market lamb. Out of class number 1, we'll need Zane Downey and Kayla Eider. Class 2, Sadie Fuentes and Timber Eckley. And class 3, Lexi Amundsen and TJ Rumsey.
If you would, ringside, let's give our lightweight division drive a nice round of applause. Good quality set of sheep out here. Not a perfect one out here. Doubt we'll see a perfect one through the day. I've never judged a perfect one in my life, and so not expecting that to come to the forefront today. We're going to try to find them as unique as we can. We're going to try to put as much muscle and power and carcass merit on as high quality of a show sheep skeleton and athletic of a build as we can possibly make. So types and kinds, good size show here today, but not to the size that we'd expect to be able to probably just cookie cutter them out and find the exact same type and kind every single class. And so I'm going to try to find what I think put the most good together, the most uniqueness together, and that for this first drive certainly kind of highlights that right out here. I think we've got just some differences. For the most part, they represent the same kind I'm looking for out here, but there's some differences in terms of structure versus power versus who's the best standing still versus on the move right out here. I think Grand and Reserve are just, again, to me, the two most unique ones. Our champion sheep's just really good on the stand still, one that's tremendous bodied and big hipped and stout out of his hip and hind leg. Reserve, just really high quality livestock, not quite as much to him. Boy, just really high quality, just kind of too unique and just represents too good a stock for me to leave out. Let's go ahead. Let's congratulate young lady out of Class 3. That's going to be our champion lightweight. Young man with our ewe-lamb up front is going to be Reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion lightweight market lamb goes to Lexi Amundsen from Ferndale, Washington. Reserve, Zane Downey, Whitehall, Montana. We'll now roll right into our first class of medium weights. Entering the ring, we'll have Jason Hewley, Cora Seeley, Dalton Deemers, Hazen Rottermel, Creed Kinghorn, Dalton Deemers, Charlie Paget, Aspen Hamilton, Brody Hinkle, Teague Meneses, Cabri Cooper, Stevie McQueen, and Ellie Meador.
lady, go to this. You be up front, young lady. You go that way. Nice class. Got quite a few stout sheep in here. I think the blue sheep wins pretty handily for me just in terms of his athleticism and his show sheep look from the side. When that one young lady gets that one propped up, boy, that one's easily the best shouldered and chested sheep out here. That's the tallest of the top side of his shoulder. He has plenty of muscle. You get behind that sheep as an individual, I think there is no doubt that that guy is opened up. Is he as true in his foot size? Is he as big in his forearm and that front leg? Is the couple sheep right behind him? No, and especially that sheep in second, sure rugged in his foundation and build right there. Oh boy, you get that sheep right up front, and the way they're supposed to be built in terms of their shoulder and top line, their hip and their hind leg, their lower body balance, fresh, good-looking show sheep right there. That's awesome touching, just very athletic all the way through. Our rugged sheep here is in too, though. Boy, if we study that guy, it's not just the leg wool and the shag that we got underneath of that one. That one is big and stout-footed. That one has got a stout muzzle and a big forearm and front foot on him. That guy's opened up in his chest. Love that guy in terms of his true skeletal width and genuineness compared to the next couple as far as upper skeleton, true hip shape and pin set goes. That guy's just quite a bit truer than the next pair of them right in here. Compared to the sheep that beat you, young man, I read you just a little coarser and rounder down to the point of his shoulder. I read him out in his plate and down in his chest ever so slightly. He'll round to his dock and his tail ever so slightly there compared to the sheep that we lead off with. But I think that's a really high quality sheep. And for one to be that stout legged and that opened up, boy, he's still good out in motion. That's a real good pair of sheep that we just started off with right there. Next pair of them, I think, are bold made sheep that handle big up high, and they're as deep twisted and got as much stifle shape as anything. Both of them, to me, maybe read just a nickel out of balance as we get them on the side. This sheep wants to just run downhill and be a little longer bladed and deeper chested than he is back into his flank line. He'll round out of his hip a little bit. As big and massive as he is up high and as much muscle as he has through his lower leg, young man, I don't read him quite as true in terms of upper hip and pin set there as the pair of sheep right in front of you. But boy, you've got that one dialed in. Wish this one would show a little better for the young man, because boy, we can never get him to just prop up and go, and he's always kind of hunched back and pulling back, and so he doesn't want to give us quite as good of a show sheep look there in terms of his build and balance. But I think on top of that, relative to our top two especially, I think he's just like the sheep we talked about just before. Great handling, fresh, got plenty of muscle, but as we get underneath of that, I don't know that that one's truly as wide and bold in his skeletal build, true out of his squareness of hip and big pin set as the ones that we started the class with. Young man's got him a good looking one here. This one does run uphill, and boy, that one's good looking from the side, young man. And I'm all about pretty sheep that maybe give up just a little bit of power and could work you up over the next two spots if he's a little sounder. The biggest reason you're 5 is he's the lightest muscled of our top 5. He just runs out of horsepower in terms of width. He runs out of power in terms of his hip, his twist, and his stifle. But then he still gets just a nickel tight when we get him out and go. And so I can't quite justify giving up some muscle in a narrower based one when he's not just perfect structured as he goes. Again, I talked him. Next couple were handle quality, just not as fresh, especially over their loin edge. Blue sheep's just a little deeper and plainer up front as we move them. Couple in the middle down there, that's a really bold, stout sheep that are just a little squatty and jammed up. Really nice class again. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 4 middleweights. In first place goes to Cabri Cooper. Second, Dalton Deemers. Third, Eli Mader. Fourth, Brody Hinkle. And in fifth place, Jason Hewell. We'll now go into class 5. Entering the ring will be Creed Kinghorn, Sammy Boardman, Reese West, Addison Perkins, Tegan McGuire, Paisley McQueen, Renica Lohoff, Cooper Anderson, Jaylee Davila, Estrella Artiga, and Dalton Deemers. Some more supporting sponsors of the NILE Stock Show this year include Select Sires, offering an expanded sire lineup that includes more elite bulls from respected programs. Select Sires, Calving Ease, Carcass Cows. Stop by and see Jay Nansel at their booth in the trade show or visit with your local Select Sire rep. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country with the quality and service you can trust. Stop into their West End store located off the Shiloh exit, a complete farm and ranch store from vet supplies to show supplies or fencing to livestock equipment, saddles and tack, and a large clothing department. Thanks to Keith Robinson and Shane Vandevort, stores in Billings and Great Falls.
Sound a little bit like a broken record here, but another good class, and top 2 or 3 here again, awfully nice. But boy, this one that comes in up front hits me pretty hard again, like a class winner in the last class, just a high quality show sheep. That one's ability to put that kind of width and true rib cage and mass and still a really high quality show sheep look with some extra bells and whistles as far as feature goes, just balance and just structure. Boy, that's a real nice sheep to go ahead and lead off with, young man. Maybe level him up out of his hip there just a little bit. He's not just jam up the most shallow one, but when you make him that wide and stout, I think that one's plenty appropriate in terms of that one's rib cage. Young man brings us another one that's just really true and rugged in his foundation again, opened up and just stout. Beautiful handling sheep. I like this sheep's height of shoulder. I like his length of body, and I like his length of hind saddle. That guy's just a little drier flanked. That guy's a little higher twisted and rounder hipped compared to the sheep we lead off with. But I thought he was truer as far as a width standpoint. Boy, that view right there coming at you is as impressive as the chest view as you can get on one in terms of stoutness of muzzle, true base width and forearm, and being jammed up shallow in his chest. Boy, that one's really good. When we prop this one, young lady, boy, I like that one from the side, and you do a good job showing that one. He's maybe just not quite as good heighted and just pop as much as far as the show ring appeal goes as those top two, but he is my favorite one from the side. We look at that guy in terms of shortness of blade, underline quality, hip and hind leg, top line strength. Boy, he's beautiful in those regards. I get right up on top of him. I get around in front of him. He's not as opened up in his chest floor. That guy's flatter, right in his forerib shape. He's not just as bold and stout as the pair that I started with, but that one draws a beautiful picture from the side, and you do a great job getting the most out of him from a showmanship standpoint. Blue sheep, tall-fronted, hard-shaped, lean, expressive. He's a little straight-shouldered young man. He gets a little deep and long in his blade. When we watch this one go and I get up in front of him, he is the narrowest chested. That one's the most pronounced in his breastplate and breastbone right there, and just a little too deep in terms of his front end. He's certainly the narrowest based as we watch that sheep go right away from us in terms of stifle width and base width as we go right away. Big-footed, fuzzy-legged one here, young man. Front 2/3 are awfully good. He's gotten just a little staler over his loin edge. That one's not as big-hipped or just aggressive in his stifle shape as we watch him in terms of his outer leg and inner thigh right there. That's where we change him, but a good sheep. 6 is really stout. Need to smooth him up. 7's a good structured, good-looking sheep that's a little fat. 8's huge muscle. Told the young lady that one just got to be better hind-legged and a little better looking. As we went down, we just ran out of some muscle. Good-looking blue sheep that was just a little too flat. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Real nice class.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 5. In first place, Cooper Anderson. Second, Dalton Deemers. Third, Paisley McQueen. Fourth, Reese West. And in fifth place, Creed Kinghorn. Now entering the ring is Class 6 middleweights, Addison Reuter, Carter Cooper, Jory Miller, Lillian Walder, Reagan Neidiger, Brooklyn Smith, Tyler Fisk, Taya Thompson, Grace Bartos, Gunnar Gray Rula, Layla Sargent, and Braden Koyman. Some promotional partners of the 2025 year's NILE jackets are World West of Joliet, Montana, a custom bulk collection service with the experience many have come to trust thanks to Scott and Andrea Spickard. Grand and Reserve champions, please remember to visit the livestock office in the expo to pick up your champion jackets and vests. Special thanks to Dalio Western Wear for embroidering these awards. Visit the Dalio booth in the trading post for all your NILE merchandise needs. NILE's host hotels this year, Best Western Clock Tower Inn. Thanks to the Clock Tower Inn as one of our NILE host hotels, located in the heart of downtown Billings and connected to Stella's Bakery. The NILE has many exceptional hotel partners for your lodging needs. Next time you visit, please be sure to stay with one of these outstanding locations: the Northern Hotel, Residence Inn by Marriott, Billings Hotel and Convention Center, and the Town Place Suites.
Again, we've got a real nice class out here, and I think these top three are awfully unique. Land pretty solidly this trio on this sheep that we lead off with, though, and I think the discussion in my mind was between 2 and 3, because I think this sheep right up front is the combo. Is he perfect in his shoulder? Is he perfect out in motion? No, he is not. But when you put him together, boy, that is a tall-fronted, long-necked, long-bodied sheep. But he is a stout rascal. He is opened up in terms of his chest. That thing is bold-ribbed, big-backed, and big-hipped. And so I think the next power sheep's in 2 and the pretty sheep's in 3. And that one right there kind of puts the two of them together in the most complete package, because that one's better shouldered, taller fronted, and better moving than the sheep that's in 2. That one's more opened up, truer in his rib, and more correct in his top line out in motion, and bigger in his loin edge than the sheep in 3. And so again, I landed on that one pretty handedly, of a good top trio that are tough to make, and the young people are doing a good job putting them together out here. I landed on him to be the combo. Which one follows type and kind with him is probably how you go into second. Do you say this one fits because he's the other kind of power opened up sheep? Do you say, hey, this is the other kind of tall fronted one that runs uphill and is a little better looking, and switch the pair and say that pair goes together? I can understand it either way. Boy, I thought when you got your hands on this guy is just tuned in 12 o'clock in terms of his back shape and his loin edge. That guy's just monstrous in his upper hip and his outer stifle shape, depth of twist, and inner leg is all really good. For this judge, he's a bit coarse and rounder at the base of his shoulder. He's the shortest neck sheep that I know he's wanting to fight the young lady, and that doesn't help her out here, but just naturally, I don't know that one's just quite as good in his hind leg, just quite as good in the way he can reach and utilize that rear leg travel as the sheep that on probably either side of you right there, and that's where you get beat. But that is one stout sheep all the way through. Love this sheep here from the side, young lady, tall fronted, and when you get his top line put together standing still, he's as good as any in terms of his balance as we go. Boy, his hip and his hind legs pretty, and that one maybe is loose structured outside of our sheep in 4th, but of our top 3, that one's probably as comfortable as far as just looseness goes as any of them. When we get him out and go, he gets a little rough and bumpy in his top line there. He'll break in behind his blade. His loin edge isn't quite as good, and that's probably the thing that betrays him as much as anything right there at the heel of his loin. That one's just not as picked up and square in his edges, doesn't hook as quite as good into the front side of his hip. Plenty adequate, but still the flattest from behind of the first 3. And I'm not saying we're just going to butt cut these things, young lady, but he is in that regard the flattest of those 3. Good sheep to be standing 3rd. Be proud of that one, young lady. There's a lot of good in that sheep. Boy, bud, when you get that thing out on the halter and get him going, he's got a sweet skeleton. That one floats around the ring and is good looking, great spine, good hind leg. You ran into 3 buzzsaws right in front of you right there that he just kind of fits inside from a width and mass standpoint. That guy's not as opened up. He's not as cracked open and true in his rib cage or as big muscled as those 3. But we make sheep that are that good skeleton and that good balance. That's high quality show stock right there, bud. You should be proud of. You just ran into 3 powerhouses right in front of you. Get this one stuck, young lady. Big, pretty sheep that's tall-fronted and extended. I think his head kind of tells the story of everything out. He's got a long, kind of pretty head, but it's kind of a long, kind of flat head, too, and that's kind of his body type. He's long and pretty, but he's kind of flat. He's easily the narrowest constructed, the flattest forearmed, and the flattest bodied sheep out here of our top end. But another one, boy, you want to make a good-looking silhouette show sheep right there from the side. That one's awfully good. He just needs to be opened up all the way through. Put that on just a little bit more on the blue sheep. Big, pretty, but boy, he needs a lot more. Several sheep right in here as we go down the line. I told the young people, boy, I bet these were good sheep for you this summer. The fall's starting to catch up to them a little bit. Age, maturity, they're getting a little deep. They're getting a little fat. They're getting just a little soft on us right out here compared to those athletic sheep we had in our top 5. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Really nice class there with a really good top end.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 6 middleweights. In first place, Layla Sargent. Second, Jory Miller. Third, Lillian Walder. Fourth, Carter Cooper. And in 5th place, Taya Thompson. We'll now have our last class of middleweights entering the ring. Class 7, we'll have Mason Neese, Jory Maxon, Caitlin Cook, Ruger Carling, Danica Albrecht, Montana Stevenson, Cooper Dudden, Maddie McKenzie, Lydia Hutchison, Porter Whitmore, Kennedy Rula, and Mackenzie Rule. So there's a Mazda pickup out in the parking lot here behind me. License plates Montana 3 45387E. It also has a topper on it, but this Mazda pickup, you have your lights on. If you'd like to go turn them off so you can save your battery, that would be great. Thank you.
Interesting class here. I think these top three are close. Handle quality, and we put them still. The sheep that is up front wins pretty handedly for me. It becomes close because that one's hind leg's not good enough for me. That sheep's not one to walk for the young lady, but just the set to that one's hind leg and how he utilizes out in motion is not quite good enough, and that's where we need to change him. But you get around up front on these sheep, he's still easily the most youthful and tucked up in his chest floor. That one's as wide and true in terms of true base width as anything up here that we have up at the top end of this middleweight division. Compared to 2, that guy has just so much more muscle shape up high. Compared to 3, that sheep is leaner, trimmer, and more athletic. And so that is without a doubt the best carcass sheep that I think gives us, outside of being just a little high at his tail head and just a little break out his loin, the best look from the side here still as far as athleticism. Now, as far as smoothness goes and being white featured and beautifully presented, hitting the ring with a really good athletic skeleton. Boy, young lady, when that one trotted in the ring right there, I thought, boy, that young lady's got one that's going to win this class. He just is not good enough in his handle for me. That guy is just too plain in terms of his muscle shape up high. That guy is too round in his edges, but it's mainly his rack. He is just too soft right there. I think of these, he's as deep and probably mature as any of these top three right here. He's just age and maturity is probably betraying on him. Boy, I like that guy's skeletal quality. I like his smoothness. I like just how that young lady gets him put together and looking really good. I like this one a lot too, young lady. I hope we double entered that one in the U show, because I think that one makes just a little better U than she does a market lamb, because I love that one's skeleton. I love that one's balance. In a market lamb show and to a judge that gets pretty critical on cutability, I think that one's pretty easily the fattest of our top three. She's easily got the most condition there in her forerib and over her body wall. I think that one's just a little too smooth right there in terms of the point of her shoulder into her body and up over her dock, and all of that's because that's a little extra fat cover on a market lamb show. That is a high-quality individual. That is great skeleton. Not huge shaped up high, but lots of muscle. And so if you call that one lean enough and want to run that one to the top of the class, I certainly could understand that argument. That's a good high-quality individual. Little leaner, little shapelier ewe lamb here. She's just a little jammed up, young lady. She's the shortest bodied. She's the shortest necked one of this top trio. And underneath, she's not quite as true in terms of just chest width and coming at me just quite as good coming right there. But boy, that one's good rib. That one's good back. That one's good hipped. Fix her right there in terms of her hip loin just a little bit. Smooth made, big muscle cheap right here. Gets a little upright in his hind leg. Just a little softer to the touch as well, young man. Just not quite as hard and lean in terms of muscle shape. Again, we talked all these. The next pair, just big, pretty sheep that needed more muscle. A couple we get down the line just ran out of either maybe some balance, some bone, or got just a little heavier conditioned on us again in a bigger, heavier weight class. A good, tough class, interesting trio. Let's give them a nice round of applause there to start with.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of our final class of middleweights. In first place, Mackenzie Rule. Second, Montana Stevenson. Third, Jory Maxson. Fourth, Danica Albrecht. And in fifth place, Cooper Dudden. We'll now have the selection of our Grand and Reserve middleweight here this morning. Out of class number 4, we need Cabri Cooper and Dalton Demers. Class 5, Cooper Anderson and Dalton Demers. Class 6, Layla Sargent and Jory Miller. And in Class 7, Mackenzie Rule and Montana Stevenson.
Well, if you would, let's put our middleweight, our hands together for our middleweight division. Outstanding set of sheep out here with a lot of quality. I think just a really nice set of sheep. They're different. Each of them have a hole or two that we'd like to change, and so that's where, in my mind, I'm trying to decide where I want to land at. I'm going to discuss them just a little bit to let you know where I'm at, specifically on these first four on the front line. Boy, this blue one right here is my speed as far as height to shoulder, skeletal quality, touch, athleticism, leanness. That sheep's really good. Does that sheep have enough feature? Is that sheep opened up enough in terms of his rib cage and his hip? That's my question in this particular lineup. I wish he was bigger in terms of his forearm and his front foot. I wish that guy was just a little bigger and truer in terms of his forerib shape. But boy, that thing runs uphill, is just dialed in as far as freshness and leanness and cutability. And he is, in my opinion, the best skeletoned one out here when we set these things into motion. Number 2 right here. Boy, I love this guy up front. If you want to see what a chest view on a sheep should look like, that guy is just absolutely cracked open, yet still tucked up in his breastplate. Beautiful in terms of his feature that we're all chasing. That thing's body shape is good. That guy's width of hip and width of stifle and width of base is all really good. He is just a little plainer shaped. That guy's not just crazy shallow in terms of his rib or his chest. Biggest thing is, I wish we could just level him up out of his hip. I wish we could just make him just a little better in that regard to balance it a little better there out of his hip and hind leg. Sheep here in 3. Boy, this guy is real in terms of his body shape and his power. That guy is so true and opened up in terms of his skeleton. You study in front of him and his natural skeletal width, the way he feeds out of the base of his sternum up into his lower rib cage sets the foundation and the stage for how true that guy is up top in terms of his power. That one runs uphill. That one's long-necked for how powerful he is. He is not perfect at the base of his shoulder or his chest. He's a little rocky in his top line and maybe just a pinch of extra set to his hind leg when we watch him get out and go, but still handles it appropriately there. And so I think a sheep that puts a lot together. I don't know that he's just as wildly out there in a couple areas as a couple others, but boy, as hard as any to pick a hole in probably in this judge's opinion. When we get him stood still, boy, this sheep's got some neat things. For the heavyweights of this division drive to be the shortest shouldered, neatest underline sheep that's got a great touch, a beautiful rib cage in him, a big hip and lower stifle in him, and great feature is really good. We talked in him being maybe just a little higher at his tail head and wanted to just pinch right there at his hip loin junction. He's moving a little better. He's working a little better for the young lady out here, but I still think that one's just a little tight in terms of his rear leg. The way he goes and squareness from behind could still be just a little bit better. So that's how I read him. Boy, I think ringside you could probably pick some different favorites right out here. And at the end of the day, what I came to when I went to pick up the mic and I decided which 2 I'm going to go shake the hands of is it's the 2 that just do the most right things for me as far as where I want to put some emphasis in those areas. And so that's the fun thing about sheep showing and showing livestock is that you get different opinions. We may grab 4 or 5 ringside that came in here and you could pick some differences because these sheep are built quite a bit different as where their strengths and weaknesses are. I'm the one that got the paycheck this weekend that gets to talk on the mic, and so I get to just go pick the ones that I like, and that's awfully fun. And when I go home tonight, I want to be able to sit down and think, boy, in that middleweight division, which ones did I like the best and make me sleep the best at night? And those are the 2 that I'm going to go shake their hands up. Let's give them a big round of applause. Awesome set of middleweight sheep here. As competitive as the group of I've judged up here, really impressed.
Your grand champion middleweight market lamb this year goes to Layla Sargent from Kalispell, Montana. Reserve champion Cabri Cooper, Rupert, Idaho. We'll now roll right into our heavyweight division, class number 8. Entering the ring will be Tegan Johnson, Charlie Paget, Montana Fuller, Sarah Shoup, Hayes Johnson, Carson Cates, Isaac Rula, Cabri Cooper, Grace Bassett, Peyton Skinner, Graydon Burkett, Quinn Dykstra and Ethan Bomberger. In our market show today, the champion and reserve champion coolers for the market lambs is donated by Northwest Feeds, Florence, Montana. The market show division champion banners for lambs, the champion banners, Dorval Club Lambs, Fromberg, Montana. Reserve champion banners, Hayes Show Lambs, Warden, Montana. And in our breeding show, the division champion banners are sponsored by 406 Club Lambs, Belgrade, Montana. Thank you to those sponsors.
Well, an interesting class here that has got a lot of good sheep in it, and it's hard to kind of find a type and a pattern right out here. And our top two are going to kind of emphasize that, because I don't know if we could build two sheep that are much different from each other as far as their type and kind. But the one that puts the most together for me good is this sheep up front. He's a little moderate. Boy, I'd like to make that sheep longer necked and taller shouldered. He could go a little better in his hind leg. That's getting kind of mean on a pretty dang good sheep here, because that one's true skeletal width, body shape, spread up high, power, and probably just proportions here from the side. As far as proportions go and just balance, not maybe just the tallest shoulder, neatest looking one. We'll get there in just a second. But there's some things that this sheep does as good as any as we've seen as far as genuine skeletal width, body shape, and power. He runs downhill. He's a little too short-necked. He's a little tight hind-legged for this particular judge, but I still thought he put the most things together as far as being a truly wide, powerful, genuine show sheep as far as body shape and muscle goes. This one's my speed from the side, and completely opposite of this one. I don't know if you can make him much taller shouldered, neater looking, neat underlined, white featured, beautiful topped, is this particular sheep right here. I get around up front, I get around behind him. Boy, I don't know if there's enough punch and power in this particular sheep, especially compared to that guy that we just started off with. He is narrower chested. He's flatter forearmed. This guy, to me, the biggest thing about him is I wish I could open him up in his upper hip, and then to me, this one's a bit just flat in his stifle. That one doesn't help him just balance all the way through in that regards. But if we want to take a pretty picture of one from a two-dimensional standpoint, boy, that one draws up a beautiful silhouette young man. If you're sitting ringside and say that one's got enough shape and power and just width to him, go ahead and take him and run him to the top. I did not think there was enough just genuine sheep there compared to the sheep we started off with. If we talk about which one's my favorite in terms of athleticism and body shape and just like being neat and tucked up and hard muscled and good skin, young lady's blue one right here is awfully neat, young lady. Sometimes it's tough to get this way, but we get to a sheep here that's 150-ish pounds that I bet he looks better at 170. This guy almost still needs a little time. I think that one just is a little hard-bellied still right out here. He's almost a little raw for being 150 pounds. I think we could take this guy and put another 10, 15 pounds and smooth him up, drop his lower body down in him, get him to set just a little better in his underlying quality, and that's going to make him balance a little bit better. To get him this big and true and lean is tough up at this old of a age and big of a weight, but I actually think he's out of balance just a little bit in terms of his lower body. He's just a nickel rounder out of his hip and just not quite as smooth or quite as unique as those top two. 4 and 5 are close here. I like the handle quality of 4. Boy, that guy's got a big old stand-up rack shape in him. I think that guy's good to his edges. He's good out to his hip. Beautiful white featured sheep. With all that white feature, this one of probably our whole top 5 is the most fragile in his foundation and his forearm and down in terms of his foot size. That sheep, for as good ribbed and good as he is up high, boy, he wants to narrow to his dock again a little bit on this young man. I'd like to just open him up and square him up right there out to his dock. And then his hind leg has just a pinch of extra set and tightness to it as we get him out and get him going. But that's a beautiful handling sheep, and handle quality and just mass up high and loin edge is what sorted the pair. I like this young man's darker featured sheep better in motion in terms of his hip and his hind leg. I like that sheep's just kind of smoothness. But boy, he's a little deeper. He's just a little bit heavier condition there and not quite as true and athletic in terms of his hard muscle shape as we get him on. Told this young lady, powerhouse here, that got just too squatty on me, just kind of jammed up. We got him out into that top 6, and he was just about 2 inches shorter than everything out there and just a little jammed up. A couple big pretty ones that need just a little more muscle next. Good set top to bottom. Very interesting top 5 with quite a few differences. Let's give them all a nice round of applause as they go out.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 8, our first class of heavyweights. In first place, Cabri Cooper. Second, Hayes Johnson. Third, Montana Fuller. Fourth, Graydon Burkett. And in fifth place, Ethan Baumberger. Class 9 will be entering the ring at this time. TJ Rumsey, Kaysen Eckley, Afton Shoemaker, Danica Albrecht, Grace Bassett, Hayden Broxel, Brooklyn Smith, Jory Maxson, Eli Meador, Witten Williams, and Isaiah Koyman. Next Level Images from Mount Pleasant, Texas are the exclusive photographers for the 2025 NILE Stock Show. All champion and reserve breed champions are required to have their backdrop photos taken. Everyone is welcome and encouraged to have their photos taken at the backdrop. All photos, ring, and backdrop will be available to view in the northeast corner of the Expo Center. Also, folks, at the conclusion of our market show this morning, we will take a break to do backdrop photos of our Grand and Reserves, probably the top 5 overall in the Market Lamb Show. Once we get those photos taken, then we'll roll right into our senior showmanship.
Probably as deep of a class as we've had top to bottom. I told a couple of those young people, boy, I hate to put a nice sheep like this clear this far down, and as tough of maybe a top 6 as we've had out here, and a really good top pair of them. but this one up front hits me pretty hard. When they can come with that kind of head carriage and looseness of spine, that kind of shape to their hip, that kind of athleticism to their body and hard muscle shape, oh, I like him. Is he perfect? No, he's just got a little pinch of extra shoulder. Biggest thing, I'd like to square him up right to his dock right there. That guy gets just a nickel round right out of his hip right there. If we get that one dead level out of his hip, boy, that one wins just a nickel easier than he probably already does. But that one out there, just the ring presence that one hits when he hits the gate, his looseness of skeleton with that kind of width, body shape, and muscle, that one hits me pretty hard in a lot of good ways. The blue sheep, though, maybe one of the best touching ones we've had out here, just spot on in terms of skin quality and freshness up high. I think that sheep still gives us a great balanced look. He's got more to him than the sheep that's going to end up in 3 that I love ring presence and look at as well. So he kind of fits in between there, but he matches up with our class winner in terms of stoutness and power. Where would I change him? That guy's a little longer bladed and deeper chested. That one's not as arrogant and good in terms of his head carriage and presence. When we go around the ring, he wants to run downhill. He's not as flexible and loose in his skeleton. He counters their winner out of his hip, no doubt about it. He counters him in terms of smoothness of shoulder. A really good sheep to be standing second here. Love this one from the side, young man. Boy, that one draws a pretty picture. Maybe gotten a tough class here, a class before we maybe could get all the way to the top, to be honest. I think that thing is good looking from the side, tall fronted, good hind legged. I get on either side of him, and he's the 3rd heaviest muscled one, probably the 5th heaviest muscled one of our top 5 right out here. I like that one's freshness, athleticism, and build better than our next pair. I didn't think there was enough hip. I didn't think there was enough base width in that particular sheep to get around our top pair that I think a lot of on both of those sheep. Wide, stout, bold one here. That's still good skeleton. Maturity in time, it probably has not been that one's friend, young lady. He's just getting a little deep and a little heavy conditioned right out there. I would have liked to see that one in July instead of October, because that one's got all the makings of a really good show sheep. He didn't hold it together quite as well as our top 3 right there from a youthful standpoint. It's probably a little true about this young man's that we come in next. I think that one probably early in the summer would have been just a nickel better. Just shape-wise and hide quality-wise, he's not quite as good. You talk one that's got just a big old thick rear end in him, though, and the turns of that one stifle and the kind of lower stifle shape that one has. Boy, that one's interesting in that regard. We get him out in motion, young man. This one's probably the most disappointing of our top 5 as far as dropping out of his chest, rounding out of his hip, and not being quite as good out in motion. Told the young lady, tough one here. I told her this is a tough top 5. Height, the shoulder, handle quality is good. He's a bit straight shoulder. That causes him to come up right in the middle of his back and break at his loin edge right there. Next couple just need to be a little fresher. The ones we round out with aren't just quite as stout as in a really good deep class. Really good, again, top end. Love the top couple there. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 9. In first place goes to Eli Meador. Second, Afton Shoemaker. Third, TJ Rumsey. Fourth, Jory Maxson. And in 5th place, Witten Williams. Class 10 will be entering the ring now. We have Layla Sargent, Avery Reuter, Francesca Volpe, Sydney Nye, TJ Rumsey, Dylan Pittman, Leah Nelson, Hazen Radarmel, Candace Eider, Sophia Voigt, and Afton Shoemaker. I misspoke earlier, folks. Our breeding show division champion banners this year are supplied by 406 Club Lambs, and they are from Manhattan, Montana, not Belgrade, Montana. A champion reminder, our reserve champion winners this morning, please remember to visit the livestock office down in the expo building to pick up your reserve champion jackets. Special thanks to Delio Western Wear for embroidering these special awards. If you plan to sell an animal in the Junior Fed Sale of Champions, please be sure to complete the yellow sale nomination form stating which animal you wish to sell and submit at the livestock office in the expo building. Reminder, grand and reserve market animals are required to sell. Deadline to submit your form, lambs and steers are today by 6 p.m. Swine and goats are tomorrow by 4 p.m. Move out this year. All non-sale animals and tack are to be moved out of the Montana Pavilion by 5 p.m. on Monday, October 13th. No exceptions. Folks, there's a big football game going on today. We got any Idaho State Bengals fans in the crowd this morning? None? I know there's people from Idaho here. How about our Montana State Bobcat fans? Go Cats!
Again, an interesting class, and I said the last one was the deepest. Well, this one takes that cake now to be able to go through. Told several of these people, most of the classes earlier in the day, some of these down the line would have still been able to be top 5. Top 3 get real interesting to me, and there's some trade-offs. The one that I land on in terms of being the best combination of skeletal quality, topside shape, leanness and athleticism, and still a good silhouette from the sides. This sheep that had fevered out on him, it looks like, earlier this year, and that kind of distracts from him. That doesn't make him any easier to look at with that kind of fevered out, the kind of break on him down his side right there. But the reason I like this sheep just a little better than 2, this one is without a doubt my favorite in motion. When we watch him go, this is the good spined, high-headed, sound-structured sheep right there. Is he big enough hipped? That's probably my biggest criticism on him. It looks like we could have had just a little more fill in him to me today. I think he's just a little hollow back in terms of his flank, and his underline doesn't balance quite as good accordingly as our sheep in second. But I like this sheep's forerib quite a bit better, and I like his top line just quite a bit better than the sheep in 2, and that was what the difference was between them. When we put him in motion, his top line's better. When we stand him still, that sheep's truer in terms of his forerib. Oh, wait, this one from the side, this one is my favorite when we stand him still right here, though. Beautiful hided sheep that is absolutely short-bladed, deep-flanked, good-looking, runs uphill, like all those things about him. 2 places I change him out in motion. He gets just a little tighter in his spine and breaks at his loin. Boy, I wish this sheep was better fore-ribbed. That sheep right there, to me, is just too flat right in behind his shoulder. That makes him too narrow right in behind his blade and his rack shape right there. If we could make him rounder and bolder right there, I switch that pair. To me, he's just too flat right in behind the point of his shoulder. If we want to just talk width and mass and we say which one's the best from behind or at a rear three-quarter view, young lady, your sheep's really good in that regard. Boy, that's our stoutest featured, heaviest structured, widest constructed, biggest forearm sheep, whose upper rib and muscle is without a doubt the best in this class. And so if we're going to muscle sort them, you win this particular class, young lady. He kept sorting up because originally he didn't just hit me super hard as being the best balanced, best moving show sheep out here. When he gets out in motion, he's a little deeper chested and a little plainer in terms of his lower body balance. And then the reason I end up sticking you third is because when I do get off the side of him, I just can't get that guy to balance and proportion quite as good as where his weight distribution is through the front third of his body compared to his rear third. He's just a little longer bladed, deeper chested, and bigger at the base of his shoulder. And then of these 3, I say how good muscle, then mainly that's going to be the front third of him, because for how stout he is right up there, to me that guy's just a little flat in his stifle shape. He's just a little higher in his twist and doesn't tie as deep down into his lower leg as I'd like, and that doesn't allow him to balance quite as good from the side. When this young lady gets this one stuck, he's awfully intriguing, tall fronted, runs uphill, got a good lower stifle shape and depth of twist right there. He's the most nondescript in his rack shape of these top ones. That one gets just a little extra set to his hind leg. When we get him out in motion, he gets underneath of himself, rounds out, and doesn't hold his top line together quite as well. Loose structured, but too much set to his hind leg. Opposite issue with our sheep here. This one's too straight hind-legged, young man. Boy, if we could put a different set of wheels underneath of this one, I think we could get him up a couple spots. Really neat looking, really neat bodied, hard muscled sheep right here. He's the frailest structured. He's the straightest of our top 5, and that just makes him go too tight out of his hock and rear leg there as we set him out in motion. Blue sheep's really good, gets a little tight in his spine, not quite as good as his loin edge. Southdown's awfully good for a downer right there, and especially this big and still fresh there for a Southdown. But boy, he did get just a little heavier condition and deeper chested. Big, beautiful sheep next that just doesn't have enough punch and power. A couple that we go down the line with. We want to change their hind legs. We want to change their touch just a little bit. Really good set all the way top to bottom. These young people should be awfully proud of the sheep they presented. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations to each of them.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 10. In first place, TJ Rumsey. Second, Candace Eider. Third, Sophia Voigt. Fourth place, Layla Sargent. And in fifth, Dylan Pittman. We'll now have our final class of heavyweights entering the ring at this time. Haley Beard, Brinley Dijksterhouse, Evelina Jacobson, Evelyn Voigt, Dylan Pittman, Ruger Carling, Cooper Dudden, Quinn Dijksterhouse, Jory Maxson, Dylan Pittman, Kylie Eckhart, Catherine Kinder, and Brinley Dijksterhouse. Another game that'll be going on later on today that some fans might be checking into later on. Do we have any fans here from San Jose State University in California? None. How about our Wyoming Cowboy fans? There they are. We are proud, aren't we? Go Pokes.
Nice set of sheep up here, and these two blue ones that rise to the top I like a good deal. This big heavyweight, to be this big and heavyweight and that good in terms of body shape and athleticism, that much spread down his back and out of his hip is really impressive. And the difference between the pair of them is there's just more sheep there in the sheep that we're going to lead off with in second. He's not perfect. He's got just a little bit of chest. I think they know that too and trying to hide it just a little bit. But hey, that one's got just a nickel of chest. He is good skeletoned, but he's not as good skeletoned as the one in second. That one's maybe not just as shallow, just quite as neat as the one in second. And so I had to make the call, is he good enough in those areas to use his extra width, mass, and power? And I made that call. Or do you want to make the call here that this one's got enough forerib, this one's got enough rack and loin and hip to be able to lead off with? Young lady, I picked on her a couple times earlier and said, boy, I wish I would have saw her sheep earlier in the year. When I saw this one come in, I handled, I said, this one hasn't gotten mature on you. That's a good-looking show sheep right there, and one of my favorite skeleton sheep we have seen all day. That one floats. That one is loose-spined and good hind-legged. That one is truly still tucked up in his chest. That one is neat-fronted. With that, and to be that shallow and that youthful and everything at 160 pounds that we're at, boy, he's not quite as stout. Sometimes they come a little flatter to keep him that pretty at 160 pounds, and I think that's where we're at here. That one's not quite as true in his forerib shape. That one's not as big in his loin edge, and specifically, that one's not as big and stout or level out of his hip as the sheep that we led off with. I could watch sheep like that go all day in terms of skeletal quality, youthfulness, freshness, genuine show sheep right there. Young lady, you got a really good one. You do a good job showing him. Another good blue one right here. I ran into a couple blue ones ahead of you that I thought were just a little more unique. Beautiful body, beautiful back. Gets a little easy in his top line right there. We got to strengthen him up in terms of his loin. Compared to our top two, this is our longest bladed, highest flanked one that just falls out of balance a little bit. But boy, his athleticism, his shape, his look is still really high quality. Burly stout one, young man in 4 right there. That one is big-legged. That one is stout featured. That one is big, stout muzzled. Maybe the biggest rack sheep I put my hands on all day, young man. That one feeds out of the backside of his blade with just a tremendous shape right there in terms of his rack shape. With all of his power, he's the shortest necked, coarsest shoulder, tightest structured, one of our top 4. That's someone that likes him a little. I like him stout. We've seen that through the day, but someone that likes him big and pretty and moving good. He's just a little jammed up. He's just a little coarse for this particular judge. Good made sheep right here. He got just a little deep and plain. Maturity is probably betraying him just a little bit, young lady, in terms of depth of shoulder and chest, just being a little heavier condition. Told the young man, boy, I like this one from the side. He is a little plain backed when I get my hands on him. He's the narrowest constructed of our top end. A couple really good sheep that maybe got just a little staler in their top line, not as opened up out of their hip or just quite as fresh as we go down the lineup on some of them. But let's give them a great big round of applause as we round out our heavyweight division.
Results of our last class of heavyweights, class 11. In first place goes to Haley Bird. Second, Jory Maxon. Third, Brinley Dyksterhouse. Fourth, Dylan Pittman. And in fifth place, Catherine Kinder. We'll now have our top 2 from each class of the heavyweights come back for our selection of our grand and reserve heavyweight. Out of class number 8, we need Cabri Cooper and Hayes Johnson. Class 9, Eli Meador and Afton Shoemaker. Class 10, TJ Rumsey and Candace Eider. And at class 11, Haley Bird and Jory Maxon.
Great set of heavyweight sheep like we've done. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these young people on just an excellent job. When I was showing a long time ago now, if you told someone what these sheep weigh out here, we would have thought we would have had some big fat ones out here, right, Shane? We thought the 150, 160-pound sheep would be overdone. These are as lean and athletic and just high quality as anything we've seen out. A tremendous division drive out here. We're going to leave some awfully good ones stand-ins, folks. There was some good sheep that showed up to the NILE Stock Show this year in 2025, specifically here in the heavyweight. There's a pair of them that suit me really well that I think it's real close between the two of them. I like the skeletal quality and just the float of our champion just a little bit better. Our reserve complements in terms of levelness of hip and strength of top line just ever so slightly. Give them one more big round of applause. I'll show you two that I think are awfully high quality show sheep.
Your grand champion heavyweight lamb at this year's NILE goes to Eli Medor, Alt, Colorado. Reserve champion Haley Bird, Akron, Iowa. We'll now have the selection of our grand and reserve overall, our top 5. And then again, after the selection, we will take a break to do backdrop photos. Once our judge is back to the ring, we'll start up with our senior showmanship.
As we start the day out with an awesome sheep show, and sure, showmanship's going to be awfully tough to sort through, and a good ewe show coming with pigs and goats tomorrow. Just commend these young people. First and foremost, let's give them a great big round of applause again and congratulate these young people. It takes a good show sheep to get back out here into the champion drive. I think these things are awfully nice right out here. Not a perfect one, but really good. What I'll tell you, and I might say it a couple times so that way different crowds will hear it through, is young people, first and foremost, be grateful to the people behind you. This is an expensive project that takes a lot of time and dedication. It takes a lot to get these sheep out here and looking this good at this level, and I don't care if you were first or last. It took a lot to come here to Billings and be able to show, and so say thank you. But the second thing is I encourage everyone, right now I'm listening to a podcast that I saw a lot of friends share, and I'm only about halfway through it. But I'd encourage you. I'm going to tell him he owes me a little bit of advertising dollars here for him. But Colton Thigpen's his name. It's called The Cattle Coach. And you might say, why do I want to go listen to a cattle podcast? But he had the Potts family on talking, and I'm only about halfway through it. But boy, they talk about why we do this and what the purpose of doing this is. And a lot of times, we get on here and we all talk about how competitive we are and why we want to win. But that's not truly what... as soon as you win one, boy, that one's going to tarnish and go to the next one. And so always try to win and push to do that. But I hope you find a greater purpose. I hope you can find something in there. And I encourage you to go listen to that podcast. Listen to the family that does it on a big-time level in the steer world down in the state of Texas that has the right mentality about why we show, how we should be raising our kids and doing it. And they can say it a lot better than I can right in there. But, boy... It's a fun show to sort through. I thought last year was really good, but I thought the quality was just a nickel deeper this year. I thought we really stepped it up, and there's some really good sheep that'll get left standing right out here. Give them one more great big round of applause. I've talked them pretty in-depth out here. There is not a perfect one, but there's a pair of them that hit this particular judge pretty hard that I'm a pretty big fan of that I think are pretty hard to build sheep like this, not to take any away from the other ones. But congratulations to each of you. Look forward to the rest of the show.
Thank you, Caleb. Your grand champion market lamb of the 2025 NILE goes to Eli Meter, reserve champion Haley Bird. Okay, we're going to get started here with our first class of senior showmen. Entering the ring in Class 1 will be Tyson Thomas, Hannah Schick, Jason Hewell, Leah Nelson, Haley Gorosky, Danica Albrecht, Jory Maxon, Abigail Robertus, Zane Downey, Porter Whitmore, Ethan Baumberger, and Paisley McQueen. For our senior showman this year, we have the Needle in the Haystack Scholarship. This is a random drawing open to Grand and Reserve senior showmen in the junior fed lamb, goat, swine, and steer shows. Just before the junior fed sale Monday, October 14th, a winner will randomly be drawn out of the 8 champion senior showmen. This will be a $500 scholarship to be sent to the college or university of the recipient's choosing.
Good first heat here. We've got 4 heats of seniors, and going through just based on what we had in the show earlier, I expect it to be really tough and really deep, and we'll probably get a lot of kids pulled back here. A couple good ones we left on the line, maybe not just perfect in terms of head and neck, how we're holding that. We'll talk a little more in depth when we get up to our finalists heat out here, maybe not quite as intense, just a couple little things over there. We'll keep these 5 back right here. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll sort through our second heat.
Coming back out of our heat number 1 in senior showmanship will be Jason Hewley, Danica Albrecht, Jory Maxson, Ethan Bomberger, and Paisley McQueen. We'll now have our second heat of seniors enter in the ring. Addison Perkins, Lexi Amundsen, Tegan Johnson, Reagan Mayfield, Tess Thomas, Callie Rosner, Chloe Burton, Avery Shoemaker, Zachary Eckhart, Eli Meador, and Aspen Hamilton.
another tough heat that we're going to keep 5, and there's 6, 7, 8 of them that deep here that I had to kind of pick between. These are the 5 we're going to stick back in. Thought I've done the best job this heat and through the day. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll talk individually to the ones that we send out.
Coming back out of our second heat of senior showman will be Lexi Admonson, Tegan Johnson, Tess Thomas, Avery Shoemaker, and Eli Meador.
Again, a tough heat here. Several that we leave on the rail that I'll visit with individually that maybe just have them just a nickel over stretch. Front feet weren't perfect. Maybe had the back hock just a little straight as we had them here on the side. Just some little things that separated them. Let's give these three and the whole group a nice round of applause here in our third heat, and I'll discuss individually as we send them out.
Coming back out of our third heat of seniors showmen will be Timber Eckley, Sadie Fuentes, and Cooper Anderson. Entering the ring now is our fourth and final heat of seniors, Braden Koyman, Tyler Fisk, Maddie McKenzie, Dalton Demers, Estrella Artega, Mason Neese, Dali Horrocks, Francesca Volpe, Brooklyn Smith, Layla Sargent, and Avery Reuter.
Again, same as we've had in our first 3 heats, a good competitive group, 4 very good ones that separate themselves and can't separate them. So we'll keep 4 here. Couple close on that edge. I'll talk to individually. Let's give them a nice round of applause on another excellent heat.
Coming back out of our fourth heat of seniors, showman will be Dalton Demers, Dali Horrocks, Francesca Volpe, and Layla Sargent. Our champion showman today will receive a belt buckle. Reserve champion will receive their jackets. You folks that are reserve, you just need to go down to the NILE office so that you can get those collected up.
It's tough out here. We're going to cut it in half, and I'm going to work these 8 just a little bit further right in here. Just real quickly, young lady, ring presence, intensity, spot on. To me, our nose gets too tipped up. I'm a big person on that. Keep that nose level. We kind of keep getting underneath of his chin and going up. Young lady, again, great ring presence. Little things going to do it. To me, you're a little too in her throat when we get around and walk. I like you to be out on the chin just a little bit more. To me, we're down in her throat just a little too much. Young lady with the blue sheep, that one wants to get just a little easy backed as we get in there. If we can get him collected in his top line, incredible ring presence. Young lady in your first heat, boy, I thought you did as good a job as anyone. And if we make him look like that outside his back legs being just a little bit off, we'd be back over in this line. When we had him collected right there, you had his front feet too far underneath of him, and he was kind of rocked forward, and he didn't look as the part that you can make that particular sheep look, okay? Get right there. You do everything right on the front end. Young man, we had a little hiccup there, but also you just get him overstretched a little bit. Next two, again, I think nose gets too far up. We get him overstretched. Young lady right now with that one, we got his back legs too stretched. He's getting too straight in his hawk. Young lady, maybe collect yourself up front, but big thing is she doesn't want to walk for you. You got to fight a little bit more on the lead right there. Young lady does a great job on the front end. Be a little critical on yours. That's a good sheep. If I've got a hole in him, he's a little narrow based from behind, and you let him stay a little narrow based from behind. Set those feet out a little wider. We can make them be wide based when we stand still. You can't make them be wide based when they walk. They're going to walk where they are, but where they're standing still, you can set his feet out just a little wider than they are. Give them all a big round of applause. We're going to work our top 8 just a little bit more. Well, what I'll tell you is this deal is tough. We sent 8 or 9, whatever it was, out of the gate that were really good showmen. I critiqued them just about 1 or 2 little things, and it's tough to find like a big flaw in these 8 that I have out here as far as differences in terms of the fundamentals of having those sheep not right in terms of their feet and legs, or not having their top line collected in them, having their noses up in the air, or some different things like that. And so if you think this is easy ringside, I think it's probably because you are coaching one of these young people and you say, well, they haven't done anything wrong out here and they did exactly what I said, so they should win. And you're probably not wrong, but there's probably 8 of them ringside that are saying that in here that you could justify having in here. Because, boy, these seniors, they got it. They've got these sheep presented extremely well, and they're doing everything that right out here. So it comes down to it, unfortunately, young people, to kind of some personal preferences and some little things. And we're just going to place a grand in reserve. And there's 2 of them in here that just do it spot on as far as how I like sheep walked, how they hold their heads, the speed that they go, the way they hold their noses, the way that they hold their ears, the way that we handle our muzzle, our body position. It really comes down to just some personal preferences. It's not that the other 6 of you are doing anything wrong. Maybe 1 or 2 of you, once or twice, maybe sheep have gotten just a little rounder of where we've got them set up. Maybe we got them overstretched just a nickel here or there. But boy, it was nitpicking. I'm not saying the top 2 are going to be perfect as far as exactly having their just, brace perfectly every time or run uphill better than the other 6 of you. But as far as those little things of kind of holding tight when I walk around the front end and letting me see the front end as I walk around the front and not switching while I'm still looking at your sheep, to having the nose dead level, to having the ears up but not pointed straight in the air, to walking with under the chin at the right speed. There's little things there that, to me, that's the difference in this showmanship heat. You get a different judge out here looking for something slightly different. Boy, those 2, they'll always be up at the top end, but we could get any 2 of these 6 out here. So I'll tell you, great job. Hopefully we had some young people watching out here, because there's some showmanship lessons that could be had. Young people in the crowd, let's give them a great big round of applause. Just an absolutely excellent job. Well done. Our champion and reserve are going to bookend us. The young lady up front's our champion. The young lady back here is our reserve champion. I think those 2 are spot on in terms of how they present a sheep. Congratulations.
Results in our senior showmanship. Grand champion senior showman goes to Jory Maxon, Baggs, Wyoming. Reserve champion, Paisley McQueen, West Jordan, Utah. Now we'll move into our first heat of juniors. Entering the ring is Grace Bartos, Sophia Voigt, Candace Eider, Montana Stevenson, Cabri Cooper, Hayes Johnson, Renica Lohoff, Isaac Rula, Winston Robertus, Bridger Noonan, Reese West, and Stevie McQueen.
tough group, and I know we've got 4 heats, so we're going to try not to get it over full, but want to pull those ones back that sure just stuck you out and have a lot of ring presence and quick on the trigger. That's one of the biggest things in this junior deal is who's able to get those sheep to walk out, who's the quickest to get their feet and legs set up in the right position. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll visit individually with the 6 on the far side.
Coming back out of our first heat of junior showman will be Sophia Voigt, Candace Eider, Montana Stevenson, Cabri Cooper, Hayes Johnson, and Reese West. Entering the ring now will be our second heat of juniors, Trip Thomas, Montana Fuller, Jalen Miner, Baylor Johnson, Afton Shoemaker, Reagan Neidiger, Hayden Broxel, Witten Williams, Teague Meneses, Hazen Radarmel, Taylin Legg, Evelyn Voigt, and Layla Deeds.
Once again, if you would, ringside, let's give them a nice round of applause. Keep these 5 back. I'll visit individually over there.
Coming back out of our second heat of juniors will be Montana Fuller, Baylor Johnson, Afton Shoemaker, Witten Williams, and Layla Deeds. Class 3 of our junior showmen will be entering the ring now. Taya Thompson, Tassin Wright, Sydney Nye, Marina Neese, Creed Kinghorn, Gunnar Gray Rula, Graydon Burkett, Cody Goroski, Halsey Middlemist, Cooper Dudden, Matthew Losing, Lillian Walder, and Sarah Shoup.
Same as we've been doing, kept a group of 5 right down here, and I'll talk individually. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we send them out.
Coming back out of our third heat at juniors will be Taya Thompson, Creed Kinghorn, Graydon Burkett, Halsey Middlemist, and Lillian Walder. Entering the ring now is our final heat of junior showmen, Harper Thorson, Ruger Carling, Kylie Eckhart, Tegan McGuire, Jetta Huck, Briley Scheme, Kennedy Rula, Isaiah Koyman, Aiden Middlemist, Andon Ward, Addison Reuter, Bridger Noonan, and Chance Earl.
some final heat here. I know we're going to have a great big bunch of them here in our finalist heat, but we'll work them and cut them down just a little bit. Let's give these 5 and the ones on the side a nice round of applause, and then we'll bring in our final heat.
Coming back out of our final heat, a junior showman will be Ruger Carling, Briley Scheme, Aiden Middlemist, Andon Ward, and Chance Earl. I'd like to take another opportunity to thank our sponsors today. If you see any of these folks walking around, please be sure to thank them for their contributions to our show today. Stock Show Secrets, Ag West Credit Services, Town and Country Supply, Opportunity Bank, Northwest Feeds, Select Sires, Western Ranch Supply, World West, and of course all of our hotels, Best Western, Clock Tower Inn, the Northern, Residence Inn, Billings Hotel and Convention Center, Town Place Suites. Again, we want to give a shout out to our banner sponsors today, and the coolers, Northwest Feeds, Dorval Club Lambs, Hayes Show Lambs, and 406 Club Lambs. Again, thank you to all our sponsors. Let's put our hands together for them.
Again, a really tough heat, and a finalist here. We're going to keep 8 of them right in here, let them sort through just a little bit. There's a few things. Young man up front's got great ring presence. Get him overstretched, get him a little easy in his top line. Young lady right there, we got those front feet a little further out than what I'd like to see. Young lady with the blue one, that sheep's not one to drive. Embrace India probably as good as some of these. Ring presence is great. Same thing with the young man in the black. Right there, boy, she's just pulling back on you. You're a little more in the throat on that sheep when we walk than maybe ideal. Next two, actually, I think we consistently have their front feet underneath them a little too much. It caused them to get a little easy in their top line. Young lady's smooth here. We got to get him rocked back in that hock and get that hock to not straighten up on us so much. We got to get him to just get his feet set and pushing out of his hind end. He'll straighten those out. Young lady here, get her nose tipped up a little bit. Young man, longer we go, started working his way up. You got yourself buried a little bit in heat up to the fence line, young man. At times, I'd want you to reach back and set those feet just a little bit wider. You do everything right as far as the head and neck on that sheep, though, and got that sheep presented well. Young man here over stretches just a little bit. Little things on these next two probably just don't look as comfortable in their stance as their top 8. I don't know that there's a lot fundamentally wrong, just not quite as comfortable in your posture. Young man here, I thought I was going to keep you, and boy, he started to just not fight you at the end and pull back and wasn't wanting to brace for you when I was pulling those showmen. Let's give them all a nice round of applause as we send them out, and I'll work through our top 8. Again, let's put our hands together, congratulate these young people out here just on an excellent job. Just as competitive and tough in our juniors as it was in our seniors there. And the little things, again, kind of separate them on nose and ears and how we hold the head when we walk and the speed at which we walk. Here, as we've gone along, we maybe have made just a couple more mistakes in here amongst them. That some of them, boy, that stand out as far as ring presence and go. We've made a mistake on overstretching or getting a hind leg too straight or letting them get a little choppy in their top line compared to what they could be out there. And those are just little things that I'm getting here that makes it probably just a little bit tougher for me on deciding who to go ahead and pick. And so I guess here at the end of the day, as I've gone through, in my mind, you always kind of go through and who sticks out, and sometimes some just have an it factor. And there's 2 or 3 of those that were there, and I'm not going to say our champion doesn't have that because, boy, every time they come in the ring, they're there to play. But I don't know if I had him geared up to be my champion showman right at the beginning. But the longer we have him out here, just a little harder for me to find a hole in. Feet and legs are just always spot on, smooth, collected, calm showman that just kind of gets it done at all times. And then reserve made maybe just a little bit of a mistake earlier in here, was probably the one that I had geared that it's just done it the way I like it all day long, but we just had our back legs overstretched a little bit when we first came along. They got it collected. I'll visit with the other ones as we go through, talk individually just a little bit about what they need to change. But again, let's give them a great big round of applause if you would. The young lady up front is going to be our champion. Congratulations. Young lady second from the end is going to be our reserve champion.
Your grand champion junior showman this year at the 2025 NILE goes to Cabri Cooper from Rupert, Idaho. Reserve champion Montana Stevenson, Almsville, Oregon. We'll now move into our first heat of beginner showmen. Entering the ring will be Stetson Bomberger, Grace Bassett, Caitlin Cook, Grayson Scheme, Charlie Paget, Emma Matson, Lydia Hutchison, Kaysen Eckley, Brenley Dyksterhouse, and Jaylee Davila. We had a gold chain ring brought up to the announcer's stand that was found in the wash rack. If you are missing a gold chain ring, I have it up here for you. I'm being told that after the conclusion of our champion beginner showman, we will take a 10-minute break and then get rolling into our breeding classes. So a 10-minute break after the selection of our beginner showman.
All right, we're going to keep 3 out of our first beginner heat here. 3 young ladies doing a great job. Several others doing a good job over here. If we didn't get kept, just briefly through them. Need a little more intense brace here. Young lady with the blue one, we need to stretch it just a little bit. Same with the young man. A little more eye contact as we go around the ring. Young lady, your presence is good. We got that blue sheep too stretched out right now. We need to get him collected together. Young lady, just want to get the feet and legs set up just a little quicker and a brace in. Young man, I thought we might keep you in there. You got good ring presence. We got to get the head back and a little harder brace there. Young man gets a good hard brace. Want a little more eye contact and her to stretch out just a little bit as we get her set. Let's give that group a big round of applause as we send them out. A really nice set of beginner showmen.
Coming back out of our first heat of beginner showmen will be Grayson Scheme, Charlie Paget, and Brinley Dyksterhouse. Entering the ring now is our second and final heat of beginner showmen, Quinn Dyksterhouse, Carter Cooper, Parker Dudden, Kesley Hawk, Evelina Jacobson, Cora Seeley, Carson Cates, Ryder Middlemist, and Sammy Boardman.
Good tough group here. Going to keep a little larger group for our finals, but I'll do a good job. Two young ladies right up front, boy, they both have tremendous ring presence and just eye contact. Look the part out here. Both of you guys just let your lambs get jammed up underneath them a little bit too much. We got to get those back legs set just a little further back, be able to reach back or get them pushed back and not underneath themselves. If we got our feet and legs set, we'd keep you over in this line. Young man here, again, great ring presence. He did a good job earlier in the day. When I came around up front, we got on the wrong side and we started bracing a little early, bud. Maybe we would just need to get a little harder brace, but the big thing was that mistake when I came around up front. Young lady's doing a great job. Sheep's fighting her just a little bit. We just got to get his feet and legs set up just a little better. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Doing a great job out here.
Coming back at a heat number 2, and the beginner showman is Quinn Dijksterhouse, Carter Cooper, Cora Seeley, Ryder Middlemist, and Sammy Boardman.
A really good group of beginners is what we're calling them. They're far from beginning showmen out here with the experience they have, but beginner aged-wise. Let's put our hands together, congratulate them on a job well done. I'm going to talk each of them briefly in here, and then we'll pick a grand and reserve just so that way parents and helpers can kind of hear ringside. Young lady up front's got great presence. Boy, she knows that her way around the show ring, that sheep and her work really well together, and when she gets him going, she's as good as anyone out here getting that sheep to drive uphill and in the right spot. If I tweak you a little bit, young lady, there's a couple times that maybe feet and legs aren't set perfect. Just always watch those. But when she gets that sheep driving, he looks really good. Young lady here's probably gotten a little better in this heat than she was right to start with. And just a second ago, we had that weather looking really good. He's getting a little lazy on us right now, young lady. Sometimes he'll bunch underneath. You do a great job with the head and neck on that sheep and the nose of that sheep. At times, he wants to maybe bunch up and just kind of roll over his shoulder just a little bit. Young lady here's got great presence as well. If we're going to tweak you, young lady, boy, feet and legs are always good. I think at times you let the neck lean forward just a little bit and him drive forward over the top of his toes. I'd shake him back, get him kind of shook back, and just make sure that neck stays back all the time. Young man here is really smooth, good showman. That sheep walks really well for him. I can maybe have you come around up front and get just a little more intense brace at times out of that particular sheep, young man. Young lady here, when she's spot on, she does a great job. Her ewe lamb's not one to walk very good for her out here. I wish she'd go for you a little bit better. When we come back here on the side right now, we maybe have her running downhill just a little bit more and those front feet underneath of us. We get you to pop her and get her to run uphill just a little bit more here from the side. Young lady here does a great job of that. We almost have her running just a little too uphill, young lady, where we have her back legs just a little stretched and a little straight, but the front end we've got just about perfect right there. She's got great ring presence. Just always watch those back legs. Just a second ago they were a little too offset. Now they're just a little too straight right there, and she's over driving. Young man's got a lot of ring presence right here. At times maybe could just have just a nickel more intense brace to me. Again, maybe wanted to run that downhill just on that sheep a little bit and get her to drive uphill. Young lady here, boy, she's intense, and she gets a good hard brace out of that sheep. Like the way she handles the head and neck on that sheep. At times maybe overdrive it just a little bit. That's a little ewe lamb that's got a lot of muscle, and maybe she overdrives her just every now and then, get her a little over in her shoulder, but that's just a little tweak there. I love her intensity and how hard she drives on it. So I think it's a really good set. You could go a number of different ways right in here. Let's give them a great big round of applause again. To me, there is one that kind of stands out just a little bit all the way through. That's the young lady in the pink right up front. She's an excellent showman. She'll be our champion. It's close, but I like the intensity of the young lady in the purple in the back. She's going to be our reserve champion.
Right, thank you, Caleb. Your grand champion beginner showman at the 2025 NILE goes to Charlie Padgett from Colville, Utah. Reserve champion Cora Seeley, Warden, Montana.
Samantha or Jake Madsen, we have a purse up here that belongs to one of you. I'm assuming Samantha.
Entering the ring will be class number 1 of our breeding lamb show. We'll have Zane Downey, Isaiah Koyman, Brindley Dyksterhouse, Hayes Johnson, Candace Eider, Dally Horrocks, Taya Thompson, Hannah Schick, and Paisley McQueen.
Blue U's not one to show perfect for this young lady, but boy, when we get him out and get him going, I think that one wins just in terms of skeletal quality. The way a female is supposed to be built, square out to her corners, high-headed, good ribbed. I think the underline progression on that sheep's still good, muscle shape still good. I like her top line better than 3. I like her hind leg and just base width a little better than 2 to go ahead and lead off with. 2 and 3 are close right here. When we get him stopped and propped, I like 2 just a little bit better in terms of balance, in terms of strength, the top line, hind leg there. Boy, that one balances so pretty from the side. We talked earlier, she's a little tight in her rear leg. She wants to narrow up in her base, but when he shows off like that and shows that, well, that's a beautiful female here from the side. Maybe this one, not perfect hind-legged, but probably is just a nickel better there. When we get her here from the side, I think she falls out of balance a little bit in her top line. I wish we could strengthen her at her loin, give her just a little more stifle shape. She gets just a little generic fronted relative to the hip shape that she has. One that from the side, I can maybe sort up a spot or 2 right here, and I do like this one skeletally, young lady. I didn't think she had quite enough to her. When I get up on top of this one's the flattest ribbed of our first 4. This one's the narrowest of our first 4 right in there, but mainly just body shape and right in behind her shoulder. That one's the narrowest racked because it's sitting on top of the flattest rib cage right there. We change that, she could work her way up to second in a hurry. If we change the underlying quality, maybe the balance ever so slightly of this ewe, in the market lamb class, we said she got out horsed a little bit, young lady. I think she's got enough in a U class right here. When I study her, she's just a little rounder in her shoulder. She gets a little deeper in terms of the length of her blade, a bit off in her neck set, and a little higher in her flank. Just little things. That's a high-quality female I'd sure be happy to have in my house to breed on right there. Good-looking blue ewe that needs more shape. She just gets a little plain shaped as I get my hands up on her. Next ewe lamb's really good-looking young lady, just too flat. We got to open her up. Boy, this little blue ewe lamb, she's skinny and green out here. She's a little too tight for me. That one's got some wild pieces as far as body shape and muscle goes. She's just a little too tight wound in there. Young men's that we go round out with, I think, is awesome bodied, good big footed ewe lamb, a little too straight shouldered and deep chested, just a little tight structured as we get her out and go. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Very good set of ewe lambs to start with.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 1. In first place goes to Dally Horrocks. Second, Zane Downey. Third, Hayes Johnson. Fourth, Candace Eider. And in fifth place, Taya Thompson. Entering the ring now will be class number 2, Briley Rula, Francesca Volpe, Layla Deeds, Taya Thompson, Cooper Anderson, Sydney Nye, Jory Miller, Timber Eckley, Kendall Mean, Callie Rosner, Kendall Mean, and Kylie Eckhart. Again, we found a gold chain ring in the wash rack. If anybody's missing that, I've got it up here at the announcer stand. A gold ring chain. If anybody's missing Knox Coleman Miller, he's up here at the stand. He's looking for his mom and dad. Knox Coleman Miller.
Boy, three good ewe lambs, and there's a set of them in here that are real deep that I'd like to take home and breed on. Just really high quality out here. When we get them from the side and you just look at them in terms of their build and their balance and their design, to me it's just tough to get around this ewe lamb up front. If you want to make the argument that she doesn't have quite enough, I'm okay with that. She is not the biggest backed. She is not just the boldest in her forerib. This is a breeding ewe show, and I know they're weather dams, and we need to make weathers out there, but boy, if we keep females that are built like that, with that kind of look, that kind of skeletal quality, that kind of presence, I think you can do a lot of things from a breeding standpoint, and I just think that that one is just really good from the side. I love her look. I love her height of shoulder. Relative to 2, I like her strength at top line. I like the posture of her hind leg. Relative to 3, I like the construction of her shoulder and her knee, the way her neck comes in higher out of the top side of her shoulder there, and just her underline balance just a nickel better. Nice ewe lamb to go lead off with. When we set them in motion is where I sort 2 and 3. Boy, and 2's as good as anything as we get them out and go. I think that thing's awesome in terms of her head carriage, her squareness of feet and legs. Body shape is good. Young lady, she gets a little easy in her top line right there, and I think part of it is because she's got a little extra set to her hind leg. She's a little shorter hipped and then got a little extra bend to her hind leg. That gets her tucked up underneath of herself, and she's never able to collect herself in her top line. She is just a little nickel harder there in her flank line compared to her winner as well. Well, if you want a breeding piece as far as body shape, hard muscle shape, hip, turn to their hind leg, with lower leg with still an awesome hind leg in her, this blue ewe is it right there. And boy, young lady, that's probably the best you've got her put together right there. She looks good right there. When we get her in and collected a little bit, that ewe is just a little rounder at the base of her shoulder and deeper in her chest. Her neck wasn't coming out as good out of the top side of her shoulder. I do get the most critical on that one out in motion. I think she's the tightest structured, but boy, that thing's body shape, presentation, back, hip is really, really good, and we got her stretched right there. Boy, that's the best she's looked, young lady. We got to get her shoulder and just front end construction in her, probably just a nickel better in there. That's a really good donor quality female to be standing there in third. Like this ewe lamb here a lot in 4. I think one that gets just a little blander in terms of her loin edge and her base width. You're a good young lady. Congratulations. I wish that one was just a little laid back in the angle of her blade and her knee right there and drop down in her flank line. Upper rib cage, back shape is really, really good. Powerhouse female here. Love her coming at you in terms of chest width and muzzle shape, young lady. Body shape's really good. As big as she is up high, she'll narrow down low just a little bit, watching her go away. To me, she's the straightest of our top 5 right here. We just got to relax in her angles just a little bit. We got to see her just a little square and truer to her base. Another one right here, we just got to see freer in terms of her hind leg. She's a little shorter hipped and postier in her back leg. Next one's a bit straight fronted. Next pair are good, but just maybe a little coarser on this one, long and pretty, but just gets a little flatter. Young lady's next. That's a high quality ewe lamb. I told the young lady if we could just make that one bigger hipped, we get her up 4 or 5 spots. She's maybe just a nickel heavier condition, but boy, that one's good from the side. That one's good on her feet and legs. I thought that one just got too narrow back to her dock right there. Got maybe just a nickel critical on that. If you want her up 3 or 4 spots right there, I think you'd get her there. I just right out of her hip would like to correct her. One here we just want to give just a little more bone to. Big pretty ewe lamb. That just gets a little harder body, just need a little more to her. Really nice class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 2. In first place goes to Cooper Anderson. Second, Taya Thompson. Third place, Jory Miller. Fourth, Francesca Volpe. And in fifth place, Timber Eckley. We'll now have class 3 breeding ewes entering the show ring. Avery Shoemaker, Renica Lohoff, Brody Hinkle, Sydney Nye, Dally Horrocks, Stetson Bomberger, Cooper Dudden, Jason Hewley, and Montana Fuller.
tough top 5 here to sort through. I don't know that there's one just absolutely stands out that says I have to win that class. When we set them in motion and judge these things out, and as breeding females, I'm going to do that a lot. I think this blue ewe lamb up front goes ahead and leads off as the best skeleton, just most athletic one. That's the most correct in her angles. Boy, she wants to pinch right there her loin and the front side of her hip pretty bad. She'll overdrive and accentuate it and be a little high in her flank. So she's got a pretty big hole there. If ringside that you're just not accepting of that and want to sort her down just a little bit, I'm understanding of that. I think that ewe looks a lot better out in motion than when she wants to drive for that young lady. She just wants to pinch there at her hip loin and accentuate that flaw at the heel of her loin just a little bit more. Boy, one that would be as fun as any to take home and breed on is this one, because we talk about just stoutness of muzzle, skeletal width, body shape, back, hip, white feature. Boy, that's a generator and a breeding piece right there. Out here in a ewe show, I read that one just being a little too deep and coarse in her shoulder. I think when we set that one in motion, that one's maybe as tight and just struggles as much as anything getting out of her front end and her hock together as anything out here. If that one gets out and goes just a little better, we go ahead and run with her. Incredible in terms of skeletal width and body shape and power. We just got to see her go just a little bit better. Probably my favorite one from a shape standpoint is this black ewe lamb right here. Boy, you can see just the groove that she has out of the back of her blade and stand-up rack shape. Could be a little bigger and square out of her dock. I get a little critical on this one being a little straight and tight in terms of her build, young lady. That one's the tightest shoulder. That one's just the tightest out of her knee out of this particular set. If we relax that back, get her to reach a little better, that one could go ahead and lead off with. This one's a tough one, young man. That one's, I think, fundamentally correct, and probably she looks better when you show off of her than when we get in. When you get in on her over there, boy, she wants to drop her front end down and kind of run downhill. If we can get off of her there and look right here, boy, she looks the best she's looked right here as she has the whole time we've had her out here. She, along with the blue sheep up front, were my two favorite skeleton ones. I just didn't think she balanced quite good enough, being a little low-fronted and just a little hip high right there and off in her top line right there. And when you go to brace on her, she sucks back and pulls down, and she just really fell out of balance right there. I think you get off her, I'd encourage you to show off her like that more often, young man, because I think that highlights her just being a fundamentally good ewe. She's not the biggest shape. She's just a little heavier condition. We could harden her up in her shape just a little bit, but the biggest thing was I couldn't quite get her to balance when she wants to pull back and run downhill. We get off of her, young man, that one looks significantly better, and we could sort her up a spot or two. Young man standing still, that one's real good. That one's better and more athletic in her body shape than the one you just talked about. Harder muscled. I love this thing in terms of her muzzle, her skeletal width. I get a little critical on her out in motion. I think that one's a little too straight and tight in her shoulder. I think of this set, she's the tightest hawked one out here, and just want to change her in that regard. A couple we've already talked to down the line. They're either pretty and need a little more power. Maybe they need to be changed skeletally a little bit. Stout top 5, I struggled with that one a little bit on how you want to line them up. Not a perfect one. Lots of great breeding pieces, though, the young people should be proud of. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 3. In first place, Avery Shoemaker. Second, Jason Hewley. Third, Dally Horrocks. Fourth, Brody Hinkle. And in fifth place, Cooper Dudden. Class 4 will be entering the ring now. Winston Robertus, Eli Meador, Haley Goroski, Addison Perkins, Cabri Cooper, Cora Seeley, Harper Thorson, Evelyn Voigt, Montana Stevenson, and Jordan Rolfs.
All right, good class here. I got my nephew over here underneath. He's telling me if I switch him right under here. So hey, he told me the top pair is pretty close, and I'd agree with him right there. Those are two really good females, and boy, not to take away from our one and third, but those two just rock solid females. And I think there's a lot of trade-offs and differences in them. Boy, this ewe lamb right up front, if you want to use the word wedge on a sheep, I don't know how you can make him any wedgier than that one right there. She is so short-bladed and tucked up in her chest and deep in her flank line, and then she's still wide-chested, but gets wedgier all the way back through her loin and her hip right there. I think that one is so unique to be that flat-shouldered, shallow-chested, and skinny-necked, and then that athletic-bodied and big-hipped. Top line's great in motion. Head carriage is great in motion. She's probably borderline just a nickel straight in terms of her shoulder and just a nickel tight in terms of her hind leg. That's where this kind of speckle ewe can hold that advantage. That one's really loose skeleton. Top line will get just a little rocky in motion, but just flexibility out of her shoulder and length of stride up front, length of hip, and use of hind leg is so good. Body shape is so good. If I'm getting critical, she's just a bit fragile in terms of her foundation right there in terms of true foot size. I think when I get around and up front of them, that use just a little plainer in her chest and the base of her neck and shoulder right there compared to the ewe that we just led off with. Not quite as wedgy made in terms of her shape from her rack back to her dock right there. Tremendous pair of females that are really, really good. Rock solid ewe lamb right here. Boy, you make a bunch of ewes that look like that and you can generate and make some money now. Out in stout featured, good bodied, plenty sound skeleton. Compared to those two, I think you're a little rounder shouldered, shorter necked, and that neck sits about an inch lower, a quarter inch lower out of the top side of her neck than I'd like to see. She's the plainest loined of our top three right there. Little slicker legged ewe lamb right here that maybe doesn't pop quite as much, but you watch her, very fundamentally correct. Broody, good bodied, sound structured. I would like to see her have just a little more foot size, just a little more feature to her, just smooth her up in that way. Handle wise, she's not quite as big shaped as the top end, but I think a very good fundamental female right there. Wild shaped one right here that is big muscled. I think this one's just a little rounder and coarser in her build, a little tighter structured. Same with our blue ewe lamb right here. That one is big time ribbed and big time muscled, just a little rounder in terms of her build. As we go down, we just need to maybe make their balance or their structure just a nickel better. Good class, awesome top pair. Congratulations.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 4. In first place, Cabri Cooper. Second, Montana Stevenson. Third, Eli Meador. Fourth place, Addison Perkins. And in fifth, Evelyn Voigt. We'll now have class 5 breeding ewe lambs entering the show ring. Sarah Shoup, Ethan Baumberger, Reagan Neidiger, Cody Goroski, Bridger Noonan, Nora Joslin, Sophia Voigt, Lexi Amundsen, Kylie Eckert, and Baylor Johnson.
Good class here. There's some trade-offs here amongst this top three. I thought the combo sheeps, this ewe lamb that we start with, she's got a little better underlying balance and just lower body balance and symmetry, and just look to her from the side, and probably a little more flexible skeleton like 2 does. And then, boy, she's a little better bodied and certainly harder muscled like 3 is right here. And so the difference in the top pair, boy, I like both those in terms of their look, and maybe my favorite one from the side when the young man shows off that one in terms of just skeleton quality and look is that ewe lamb in 2. Boy, there's just more real hard muscle shape, skeletal width, and power in the ewe lamb that we lead off with, and she handles it in still a good balanced package. Not perfect in her top line, right there, right where she just touched. Not perfect at the front side of her loin. The smoothest topped, probably best structured one that just is absolutely gorgeous from the side is this young man's in 2. And I'm glad you're showing off her young man. She's one that, like a young man earlier, was wanting to pull back on you. Don't be afraid to show off them. This is a you show. She looks good in that regard. And boy, she's good skeleton. That one's awesome in terms of just her flexibility, just her lines. That's one that's right. You can take a lot of different ways to a lot of different bucks and make successful offspring in the next generation. Get my hands on her. She's just a little bland shaped up high. I wish that one was harder backed. I wish that one was better loined. I wish that one was just a little wider right underneath. That is not the problem with that one. This one's pretty wild right here. Boy, that is a big-footed, well-presented one that young man's got. She's shaggy from her ears down to her toes there, all the way through. That one is just real shallow and cracked open to her rib cage, and she jumps up with a big old back right out of the backside of her blade. She's got a big square loin edge in her and a big hip young man. She gets just a nickel straight through her shoulder and tighter out of her front knee when we watch her go. I wish we could just get probably just a nickel more fat and belly put into this one right here. She's a little raw, and I think her underline falls out of balance just a little bit. She's a little longer bladed than she is where her flank line sits. That's where I'd like to change her just a little bit. Wide, good constructed, bold ribbed ewe here. She gets a little longer bodied and breaks in her top line. That ewe lamb doesn't balance quite as good accordingly from the side. That's a very good, just basic female. That's wide, square, sound. Just need to maybe fancy her up just a little bit in her top line right there. Bold, stout ewe right here. She's got a ton of muscle, young lady. That one is stout all the way through. She's a little rounder and coarser in her build to me. She's the shortest necked, coarsest shouldered one. That's the tightest in her hind leg of her top 5. It's getting critical of a really good one, but I'm pretty big on structure here, and I just think she needs to go just a little freer. A couple nice ones down the line we've talked to. Either need to stouten them up, maybe give them some bone or some balance. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results at class number 5. In first place, Lexi Amundsen. Second, Baylor Johnson. Third, Ethan Baumberger. Fourth place, Reagan Neidiger. And in fifth place, Sophia Voigt. Entering the ring now, we have class number 6. Kendall Mean, Chance Earl, Zachary Eckhart, Jason Hewley, Taylin Legg, Hannah Schick, Tegan Johnson, Grace Bartos, Tavery Virus, Sammy Boardman, Danica Albrecht, and Tyson Thomas.
Good class. Thought these top three kind of separate themselves, and yet even the top pair was just a little closer in here. And I like both these ewe lambs a lot. The width and skeleton and body shape of this ewe lamb I think is really good. I like her angle of her shoulder. I like her set to her hind leg just a little better than the ewe that's going to be in second. She underlying qualities just a nickel better as we talk about, especially from her forerib and the turn to her lower body and back into her rear flank. She is just a little longer bladed. She's got just a little extra set or depth there to her chest and probably isn't quite as strong right in her top line. A young lady works hard to try to get that corrected. But that's where we want to change her just a little bit in that regard. But I think that ewe lamb gets out and to me is just a little freer moving in terms of her shoulder and her knee and her hind leg than the ewe lamb that's going to be in 2. Ewe lamb here in 2, I like how she keeps her shoulder and her chest tucked up in her just a little better though, young man. That one is wild in terms of shallowness of shoulder, height of front end, and how her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. And then boy, that one's upper rib cage is just absolutely incredible, and the amount of power she feeds in over her rack and back into her hip is really good. Love that ewe in all those regards. Top line and chest stay good in her in motion. I think as we study her, she's a bit straighter in her shoulder. She is just a nickel straight in terms of her rear leg, so she's a little tighter structured, and then her underline gets just a little hollow to me right underneath. That doesn't allow her to balance quite as good. This one's really deep and swoopy bellied right there, young lady. Big square out to her corners. She's just a little plainer through her front end than the top 2. Loin edge and just her spine right in the middle of her back's where we need to change. 4, 5, and 6 were close. I thought the most fundamentally correct ewe is here in 4, and I really like her from her mid-rib back. I think getting her out in motion, that's a big rib, broody, good flanked ewe. That's got a great hip and hind leg in her. She's too deep chested. She's too plain up front. We got to rearrange the front third of her body. I think if we can fancy her up in the next generation, that one's awfully good. But I thought that one was a little bigger in her kind, a little harder in her shape, and bigger and stouter out of her hip than 5. Better structure than 6, and that's where I land on her in 4 right there. Just need to change her in terms of depth of chest and the way her neck ties out of the top of her shoulder. This one right here is a real smooth-made, good ribbed ewe that you can see her back shape. Boy, it's big right there and stout. A little moderate for me. She's just a nickel shorter cannon, just a nickel shorter neck. As wide and stout as she is up to her chest and her forerib, she'll flatten and narrow back to her dock just a little bit. Doesn't stay quite as true out of her hip right there. Told the young man I thought his was better looking and maybe just a little more out there in some pieces than the 2 right in front of him, but I got critical on her out in motion. I think this one's just a little too straight in her shoulder and tight in her hind leg. We got to loosen her up. She could out-generate those 2, but boy, she's just a little tight out here for me, and you know, if you know me, tight-legged is something that I get a little critical on. So bold rib, good ewe here. Hind leg needs to be fixed. She just goes too narrow from behind. Same with the next one. Told these couple people right here, they're good on the standstill. Got to change them structurally just a little bit out in motion. I visited with each of these as I pulled them. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we send this class out.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 6. In first place, Tegan Johnson. Second, Jason Hewley. Third, Danica Albrecht. Fourth, Sammy Boardman. And in fifth place, Tavery Virus. We'll now have class 7 entering the ring. Sarah Shoup, Abigail Robertus, Kesley Hawk, Chloe Burton, Ryder Middlemist, Afton McIntosh, Halsey Middlemist, Braden Koyman, and Zachary Eckhart.
Nice pair of them to rise up here, a little smaller class, and maybe not quite as deep as the couple we've had, but still a lot of nice quality sheep in here. Our wider, stouter, bolder made sheep that are still sound rise up to the top, same as every other class. Thought there was more real hip shape and stoutness out of her pin set, stifle to stifle, and inner and outer leg in this ewe lamb that we lead off with, and that's the difference between 1 and 2. I think 2, if you want to make the argument that she's a little leveler out of her hip and just as good-legged and just fundamentally correct as anything, we can agree with that, no problem. I think as I get behind her, young lady, she just gets a bit closed up to her upper hip and pin set, a little flatter in her outer stifle shape. Love the look of that one, young lady. Awesome structured, big, extended, late maturing ewe right there. She just runs out of power. As big and long as she is, she doesn't have as much rib. She doesn't have as much muscle. She got a little big and tall on us and not quite as wide. There's a place for that. There's plenty of rams to complement that. She just needs to be a little stouter. I thought 4, 5, 6, 7 were really close here. I kept 4 and 5 together as a pair, and 6 and 7. These two are just a little sounder structured. They give up some muscle shape. They give up some bone and some power to 6 and 7. But I thought 4 and 5 were just a little smoother made and a little sounder structured. This ewe's a little more powerful than that ewe. That ewe's a little smoother, a little bit better structured, but the plainest muscled up here of our top end. 6 and 7 told these two young people, boy, those are big muscled, stout, thick-ended sheep right there. Watch them both go. They get a little rounder and deeper in their shoulder, underneath themselves in their hind leg, and not as good structured. Young ladies especially is as big topped as anything in here. We just got to change those rear wheels. 2 big broody ewes that are good ribbed to round out with, just a little frail structured, not quite as good balance. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Nice set of sheep.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 7 in first place, Halsey Middlemist. Second, Chloe Burton. Third, Afton McIntosh. Fourth place, Sarah Shoup. And in fifth place, Abigail Robertus. Class number 8 will be entering the ring at this time. Halsey Middlemist, Grace Bassett, Aiden Middlemist, Peyton Skinner, Layla Deeds, Abigail Robertus, Dali Horrocks, and Tavery Virus, and Montana Stevenson.
Boy, a pair of them that I like a lot right there to start with, and they're a little bit different. And if we could, boy, combine them in one or two areas, it would be lights out good. I don't know if you can make them much better on the standstill from a body shape, width, hip, stoutness, and squareness standpoint than the ewe-lamb that we lead off with. That thing is wild ribbed, monstrous in terms of her top side spread, big and stout out of her hip. She could go just a little freer. She wants to give up in her top line. She's oddly tipped in terms of her vulva, which is a little weird, but probably not overly important. She'll probably see the donor table a lot more than she'll probably get naturally bred. That thing is wild in terms of body shape and stoutness of hip and big stout pin set and lower inner and outer leg. Boy, that one's awfully good. And I don't read her, while she doesn't float around the ring like the one in second does, I don't read her bad skeleton or tight-legged in any manner. You can't balance up with that kind of quality from this side if you're not good structured. And that's why she goes ahead and leads off. But the best one in motion, no doubt about it, is this one. Boy, young lady, that one floats, and she's high-headed and loose-spined and flexible, almost a little loose in her hind leg in terms of how she goes. I love her from the side. Underlying quality is good. There's just not as much sheep there as the sheep right in front of you. She's not as big and true in her upper rib or her back. That one's not as opened up in her pin set or stout stifle to stifle as the sheep we led off with. That's a really good pair of them, though. Congratulations. Nice ewe lamb here in third. She gets a little off right in terms of her loin right there, young lady. Top line needs to be better. She's not as bold and good in the depth of her twist and just the turn to her lower leg right there. Thought she was a little sounder structure than 4 and 5 right there. 4 is big muscled. Boy, that thing is big and hard up high and got a lot of power from behind. A big old thick-ended ewe lamb. She gets a little coarser in terms of her build. She gets a little shorter stepping and just a little shorter bodied all the way throughout. Ewe lamb here standing still. I might switch them as we get them going. She's actually a little straighter and tighter in her shoulder. Not quite as good structured. I like that use length and extension and smoothness, young lady, compared to the one we just talked about. But when we get her out and go, she's a little straight shoulder, drops down in terms of her chest. Bold Stout made one here. I guess just a little too coarse and a little too round in her makeup. Underlying quality's not quite as good. Some big, nice sheep as we go down. Need to stouten a couple of them up. Need to make a couple of them a little bit prettier. Nice job to all those exhibitors. Great top pair there. Congratulations.
Thank you, Caleb. Results at class number 8 in first place, Dally Horrocks. Second, Montana Stevenson. Third, Tavery Veras. Fourth place, Layla Deeds. And in fifth, Aiden Middlemist. We'll now have our final class of breeding ewes entering the ring. Lillian Walder, Callie Rosner, Porter Whitmore, Quinn Dyksterhouse, Tyler Fisk, Aiden Middlemist, Tess Thomas, Reagan Neidiger, and Aspen Hamilton.
give and take here amongst our top three, but get him out in motion. I think easily the most flexible hind-legged one. That's just really neat in her look and awesome in terms of her maternal qualities is this black ewe right up front. And, she is not just the stoutest thing. She could go just a little wider base, but when we get her set up and balanced, I think she just looks the part here from the side. I think that one's better shouldered and just a little freer going than the ewe lamb in second. I like her underline quality. I like her hip and hind leg in her just a little better than the ewe lamb in third. Tank here in two. Boy, that one is big-footed and rugged featured. She's wild in terms of how deep-bodied and flanked she is right there. Got a lot of topside mass. When I watch her go, I think she's just a little tight structured. She gets just a little straight and upright in her shoulder. Just doesn't float around the ring like the one we led off with. Oh boy, that's a tough one to make as far as some quality in the pieces she puts together. Get them stood still and get our hands on them. This one's probably my favorite of our top three, young lady. The upper rib and the power and the muscle and the skin quality and texture that one has is really good. She gets a little rounder in her shoulder and a little lower in her neck set right there. I think that ewe lamb's the tightest out of her hind leg and the frailest structured of our first three. I'd like to see her a little bigger and truer in her foot size down at the ground underneath of that pretty leg wool, but a really nice ewe lamb that I love her body shape and her upper rib and muscle right there. Bold, stout, broody made one here. Just gets a little deeper and plainer, young lady. Just a good fundamental brood ewe. Just in a ewe show, she gets just a little plainer to look at in terms of her front third. She's not quite as shapely, just not quite as fancy of a show ewe as those top three. I think another good fundamental sound structured level made ewe. Runs out of foot size and bone right there. I thought that ewe was just a little sounder than our next ones. The next ones are probably 5 or 6, 7, 8 are a little more unique as far as some body shape and muscle. Thought when we set these three in motion, they got a little rounder in their build and just a little off in terms of their hind leg. But boy, some of those are really neat in terms of their body shape and power. Young man, we round out with a smooth made one. Needs a little more bone and a little muscle. Congratulations, big heavyweight ewes. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results at class number 9. First place, Tess Thomas. Second, Tyler Fisk. Third, Aiden Middlemist. Fourth, Aspen Hamilton. And in fifth place, Reagan Neidiger. We will now select our top 5 overall in the breeding ewe show. From class number 1, we'll have Dally Horrocks and Zane Downey. Class 2, Cooper Anderson and Taya Thompson. Class 3, Avery Shoemaker and Jason Hewley. Class 4, Cabri Cooper and Montana Stevenson. Class 5, Lexi Amundson and Baylor Johnson. Class 6, Tegan Johnson and Jason Hewley. Class 7, Halsey Middlemist and Chloe Burton. Class 8, Dally Horrocks and Montana Stevenson. And in Class 9, Tess Thomas and Tyler Fisk.
All right, ringside again, if you would, let's give these kids a great big round of applause. Tremendous set of ewes out here. There's a lot of really nice ones that even stood third, fourth, and fifth in some of those classes that can go generate big-time show producing sheep down the road. I'd love to take this whole set home with me and would be further ahead than where I am after breeding for several years in here, because this set right out here could take a operation a long ways as far as the quality that we got here. And this is a set of sheep that can go on any level and be very, very competitive. So commend each of the young people, the breeders, the feeders, the parents behind them. Congratulations to each of you. Taking just a little longer to study. It's mainly kind of lining up 2 through 5 out here, making sure our whole top 5's lined out, and we can go out and just shake hands and order where we want. And so as we pick a top 5, takes me a little longer to just figure out exactly how I want to line those up, where I think the most unique pieces are in those particular sheep. But young people done a great job. The sheep show has been very, very enjoyable. Appreciate the professionalism that the young people have had, whether they were first or down the line. They were competitive, but they were cheering. You could tell they were cheering for each other. Ringside was cheering for them. That's what it's important. Like I said earlier, we got to remember why we're doing this. It's to make good humans. It's to make people that work and know how to work hard and go be successful in life and do things the right way. And so young people continue to keep that as a focus and a forefront for you right out there. Love the set of sheep. I've described them all very in-depth at each and every class. Boy, I don't expect anyone ringside to sit there and have agreed with me all day on how I place these things. There were a lot of close decisions. There were a lot of different types of sheep. I hope that you'd be able to understand, and I hope we can agree on how we read the sheep. And if you want to place your emphasis a different way, that's the fun, subjective nature of showing livestock and judging livestock out here. It's one person's opinion. Hope you could see how I read them. Hope you could agree with how I described them. Young people, it's been a pleasure. Let's give them one more big round of applause. I'm pretty excited about the 5 that I'm going to get to shake their hands on.
Okay, folks, that concludes our sheep show today. Your grand champion breeding ewe goes to Dally Horrocks, reserve champion to Cabri Cooper, 3rd overall Tegan Johnson, 4th overall Lexi Amundsen, and 5th overall Montana Stevenson. Thanks everybody for coming today. If you're leaving tonight, drive safe going home. We'll see some of you again tomorrow.